Study session of Urbana School District 116 to order. A roll call, please, Brenda.
Member Hasanadka,
Here.
Member Hall,
Here.
Member Orr,
Here.
Member Ogalski,
Here.
Member Carter is here, Vice President Exum, and President Pulaski.
Here, there is a modification of tonight's agenda. We'd like to move study topic 10.1 before section 4.0, and we'd like to remove action item 9.1 from tonight's agenda. Next up would be 10.1, the Freedom School and Alternative Education Overview.
Okay, so Dr. Wemelt, do you need people to bring their chairs with them maybe to? As you, perfect, okay. Do you need more than one mic maybe? Can we grab maybe John?
Sure.
Let me get logged in here. We have our slides here for when our students present. Okay, so good evening. I am Joe Wemelt, Executive Director of Secondary Multilingual Programs and Alternative Education Programs. And tonight I'm very excited to be here with everyone to present about our Alternative Education Programs and Freedom Schools program. And I have a number of students and staff with me tonight that I'll call up one at a time to introduce, and some of them have slides to present. So we are very excited. We've been practicing for a couple weeks on our slides and our overview, and we practiced last night in Freedom Schools, and we practiced today with Dr. Avery Tatum present. And so we are thrilled to be here tonight and very, very excited. So I'll jump right in it, and thank you to the audience for letting us go first so they can get back home and move on. So our first slide, next slide, is just the real quick agenda. So we'll start with a timeline of our program development, an overview of our two main programs that we're running this year, the Freedom Schools, which is the after-school program, and the Alternative Education Daytime program, which is both of these brand new this school year and just getting started within the last couple months. We're also going to pass out flyers. Did we bring flyers tonight to the open house? We'll make sure and get you a flyer, but we have an open house February 28th at our new building in conjunction with adult education, and we would love to see all the board members there and district administration and everyone in the audience. We'll talk about the referral process for our programming, what our facilities look like currently, and then open it up to questions. So timeline, program development. Back in the spring of 2022, I was named as Executive Director of Secondary Programming, and we started the work of developing alternative education programs and writing grants. We wrote for several different violence prevention, anti-violence grants, alternative education grants, and received 3 out of the 4 that we applied for. And I say we, I was still principal at that time, so that was mostly Tanya Deacon and Kim Norton's office, Dr. Avery Tatum, and a team that wrote for these grants. And we also started meeting in the summer, visioning what we would like to see in our school district for our secondary schools and secondary students, both the after-school programming and the daytime programming. As you can see, we received the 3 of the 4 grants. One is the biggest grant that we received is the Freedom Schools grant, which is managed by ISB, the State Board of Education, and it's federal money related to the pandemic and all those sorts of things, as well as an IDPH grant and a Renew, Reinvest, Restore grant. And there you can see a breakdown. We came back in the fall or maybe late summer and did a real quick presentation about the grants and the overview. We talked about starting the Freedom Schools program, and so we're excited to be here tonight to share the work we've done. We did not receive one of the grants, which was a large grant that had a lot of positions in it and other items for safety and anti-violence work. So we had to downsize our programming during the day due to not getting that grant, but we're still up and running. In October of 2022, we were able to be approved to start the programming in the old Comcast building and the old Domino's building for our Freedom Schools program. So in November, we started the after-school program just for high school students, and we've slowly been building up enrollment at the high school level and adding in middle schoolers. The grants are for this current school year, so we are working on writing for more grants for next school year and moving forward, and looking forward to continuing to build upon and expand our programs. So, overview of our programs. Let me make sure. I'm going to call up Lisa first, Lisa Brewer, and she's going to present, round of applause. She is our, one of our specialist staff, so our student, family, and community specialist. That's ready to go. And she's going to talk a little bit about our staff and our programs.
Hello, I'm Lisa Brewer. So the Freedom Schools After School program will be a after-school program, and we wish to continue for the summer. This is staff grant paid. Our coordinator is Ms. Demisha Nunn. She could not be here this evening. Our teacher is Mr. Ziggy Xavier. He's actually right over there. Support staff include Ms. Cherie Caston, April Thomas, and Aquina Lillard. She's also back there. I'm the student family community specialist. We also have a dance team, the Royal Diamonds, and those involved are Kyla Pickett, Tammy Motley, April Thomas, and Brittany Ward.
And that bottom link here, which I won't open, but you have access to, is a nice overview news article regarding the funding source for Freedom Schools across the country and what that looks like in Illinois as well. And we can use that for more information later for Q&A, but that's just a real quick highlight.
Alrighty. So Freedom Schools, they complete the Freedom School registration form and they send it to either Joe or Ms. Demisha Nunn. Students and guardians will be contacted about registration if space is available. There's a maximum of 50 students across middle school and high school, and right now we currently have 48 students, and we have capped our enrollment because it's just so many right now.
Okay, and our next slide, that's still you. There you go.
Alrighty. So the introduction of history in Freedom Schools will be our student Sakari. Our Urbana Freedom Schools mission and goals is Trey. Freedom Schools program schedule and reconstruction will be Adarion. Service learning projects and guest speakers will be Shamar. The groups that we have are Self-Made Kings, our Princes, First Ladies, Royal Diamonds. Yes, you can see the royal theme here. Will be done by Darian. And then addition of 8th grade students will be Melvin. And we have a personal statement about Freedom Schools, about why it's important, which is Henry, but he could not be here, so we will speak on his behalf.
Perfect. Okay. Switch with Sakari. And so first off, we have Sakari.
Hello, my name is Sakari Wright. I'm a junior at Urbana High School. The Freedom Schools of 1960 were first developed by the Student Nonviolent Coordination Committees during the 1964 Freedom Summer in Mississippi. The 1964 Mississippi Freedom School opened in July 2nd, the same day President Lyndon B. Johnson signed the Civil Rights Act. COFO Freedom School organizers had initially planned for about 1,000 students, but by the end of the summer, the schools drew an estimate of 2,500 to 3,000 students. These students were intended to counter the sharecropper education received by so many African Americans and poor whites. Through reading, writing, arithmetic, histories, and civics, participants received a progressive curriculum during a 6-week summer program that was designed to prepare disenfranchised African Americans to become active political actors in their own behalf, such as voters, elected officials, and organizers.
Perfect. Thank you, Sakari. Sakari's been with the program now going on several weeks, several months. As we said, we started in November with high school students, and she's been a consistent member of our program and a wonderful addition to our student body. So next up is Trey. Trey's going to talk through what our program specifically looks like overall, and we'll proceed from there.
Hello, my name is Trey, Sean, Ash, and I'm a junior at Urbana High School. And the After School Freedom School program is a new middle school and high school program that focuses on teaching and fostering Black excellence, culturally responsive social, emotional learning, restorative practices, conflict resolution, financial literacy, and civic engagement through service learning projects in the community. The program will focus on recruiting UHS and UMS students, particularly African American and other students of color, to participate in the program. The goal of the Freedom Schools program is to foster a culturally relevant and engaging after-school program that improves students' academic, social, emotional, and behavioral outcomes.
Perfect. Thank you, Trey. We'll be calling Trey back up in just a moment. So this is just the overview of our program. One of the things I want to highlight, which we'll talk more about soon, is the financial literacy aspect and the civic engagement aspect, which is something that we prioritize. So part of the program allows for the opportunity for students to receive stipends through the grant, but in order to receive a stipend, they have to demonstrate financial literacy skills. So they have to fill out a timesheet, they have to sign in every day, they have to be an employee and do those types of financial literacy activities to be able to participate in that aspect of the program. So Darion's going to talk through what our weekly schedule looks like.
Hello, my name is Darion Robinson. I'm a ninth grader from UHS. I'm part of Freedom Schools and Self-Made Kings. So here, this is our schedule for the Freedom Schools. Monday, 3 to 3:30, supposed to do homework, get a snack, and check in. At 4, we have our reconstruction lessons, basically teaching us about Black excellence, and that's from 4 to 5. 4 to 5 is event planning. Like, we all come together and talk. Like, it's like we do circles sometimes, or we separate boys from girls, or we combine or mix it up. And then 6, we have a supper dismissal. Supper is held by Dr. Wemelt. He takes.
I don't actually cook.
He don't cook, but it's we go to
I run.
UMS for meals, and he takes us up there. Well, consider how many meals there are.
Yeah.
Now Tuesday.
You can just jump to the 4 to 5, 5 to 6. So that's speaking.
At Tuesday from 4 to 5, we have a guest speaker. If we don't have a guest speaker,
We do other activities. if there's
yeah,
not a guest speaker,
activities.
yeah.
Again, we do a circle by Miss Elisa that was just up here. And then from 5 to 6, my administrator, which is Mrs. Ziggy, he's the instructor of Self-Made Kings. He will teach us about a lesson, and then the first ladies, or glam, as it says, will be held by Miss Elisa. She'll take them and they'll do what they do, talk about stuff. Princess is Rip. It's basically the 8th graders, since we have some 8th graders coming in now. They're working up to be self-made king, so that's what they are, Princess. Yeah. 6 p. Oh, let me
Yeah,
get that up.
yeah. You can skip to just the 4 to 5 and 5 to 6 time each night.
No, I was gonna do every detail.
Yeah, it's all right.
And Wednesdays, if you come early at 2:30, you do homework from 2:30 out to 3:30, which is an hour. If you come at 3:30, you still recommend to do homework from 3:30 to 4. You actually have tutoring, which is held by any of the staff, Miss Nunn, we mailed if he's available, or Miss Elisa, as I said. What else?
When we do
Oh,
a
yeah.
lesson with a teacher. Mhm.
At 4 to 5, we do a lesson with a teacher, which is Miss Elisa, or like I said, any other staff that's there.
Mhm.
Wednesdays we have a game night, but so Self-Made Kings, we've been doing chess for I think about like 4 months now. Well, I've been doing it for 4 months since I joined, but
Perfect. And then Thursdays.
and then Thursday from 5 to 6 we have another guest speaker, or we have service learning. Now service learning is that they take a group of us to help Miss Janice Mitchell at the I forget what it's called, but the center.
Mm-hmm.
The center, yeah, to help with the closet. We've been helping her since we've been starting there. She's been giving us good results and stuff. And then we have supper and dismissal.
Perfect.
And yeah, so thank you.
Thank you, Darion. All right, next we'll call up Shamar. Shamar's going to talk specifically about the reconstruction curriculum that we do. He's got the next 2 slides, as well as the service learning projects. We'll speed it up. Sorry, I know. Thank you all for your time, patience. Okay.
Hey, I'm Shamar. I'm a sophomore at Urbana, and Freedom Schools is basically a one-of-a-kind, world-class curriculum designed by diverse educators for diverse students. The curriculum highlights Black people, Black culture, and Black contributions to our country and our world. Online Zoom lessons led by outstanding young professionals, content specialists, artists, and other young charismatic leaders. The mission is to help see history and education in a broader context that resonates with their culture and identity. More James Baldwin and James Joyce, more Toni Morrison and William Faulkner. Also, some of our courses in Freedom Schools have been like Shakespeare and developing entrepreneurial identity with our reconstruction.
Perfect. So reconstruction is on Mondays from 4 to 5, and that's the program that we have partnered with for this particular aspect. And student presentations, or I'm sorry, service learning projects.
Yeah, so these are kind of like our community service acts. We've went to the UNCC for Miss Mitchell's Closet and stuff like that. Douglas Community Center, we've cleaned up UHS and UMS, and we've written cards and notes to senior citizens and veterans. And right now, if you're interested in like giving us more opportunities for different acts we can do, then we're open to new ideas. So,
Thank you, Shamar. Okay. The next slide is just some more pictures of our students in the program. And then the next slide is a Darion again, or I can take it, a Darion. You got it? Come on up. Darion is one of our leaders, as you can see.
I'm back up here. So you probably want to know what self-made kings is. So basically, like I said, this is Ziggy, the instructor. He literally picks people that he think are ready to like be grown men or at least work up to that level. So you can't just join if you want to join. You have to show him that you're ready. And yeah, that's what the Prince is for, which is by Miss Lisa. That's what they're for, to work up to it. First ladies, which is Glam, which I forgot to mention her name, Miss Gabrielle Schaefer. She was the leader of it, and she was already there when I was there. She was a good teacher. She teaches them about Glam. They teach about like the stuff we learn about, basically become young women. I don't know what they really do, but they just have a lot of grown women that's like successful, help them teaching stuff. There's some pictures about, we had our circle, like I mentioned earlier. We was talking about what patience mean to us, and the next picture is that we had to do something with a string, and we had to be in a circle or make a circle. I don't know what shape that is, but we had to do something like that. But yeah,
Like a team building activity.
yeah, a team building activity. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you, Darion.
You're welcome.
All right. So next up is Melvin. Melvin is one of our 8th grade princes that has joined in January. This was his personal statement as to why he joined and what he is hoping to get out of it, what he's getting out of it so far.
My name is Melvin Braxton. I'm an 8th grade student at middle school, at the Urbana Middle School. The addition of 8th grade students and goals. This January, a group of 8th grade students have been added to the Freedom School program and are now being mentored by the high school students to help us transition into high school. For some of us to become self-made kings. Mission 8 encouraged us and me and many other people to do so. My first day, it was a little awkward because it was new to me and there was a lot of people, but it went well, and I met some good people, including high school students. I like it because everybody is cool here and they are my skin tone and have experienced similar things that I have. The staff are very welcoming, and it makes it easy to talk about current events, issues, and other matters that relate to our skin tone and how we should embrace it and be proud of who we are no matter the hate and challenges we may encounter. I look forward to finding out who I am and what being a self-made king means. I also look forward to being cool with everybody there and the high school students. Because I never really spoke to them before the program. I'm grateful to be a part of this program and all it has to offer us students.
Thank you, Melvin. Good job. All right. And our last slide is Henry. Henry's not able to be here tonight, so I'll read it on his behalf. Hi, I'm Henry. Henry's an 8th grader.
Did he come?
You want to read it? Come on up. You'll read it on Henry's behalf. Introduce yourself, and then you can read it.
All right, y'all. Shit, let me get back.
That's good.
My name is Alex. I'm a sophomore at UHS. I'm gonna read it as Henry though, because like, you know what I'm saying. Hi, I am Henry. I am here with you all to talk about Freedom School. Freedom School is to help young black men and women to become engaged in the community and get help with schoolwork. Being that some places black people go to, they are typically not accepted, but Freedom School is a place that students can build confidence and friendships. The staff helps with our academic goals and personal life. They have helped me not do some things that would hurt other people and myself. Because if I did not go here, I would have told my cousin some things that would make my mom mad. I have made improvements in my grades and I have not been in any fights since coming here. And there are fun activities for the community and for students to do. See, now it's back to me. So, Henry, in my perspective, he was in the beginning, he was like a shy kid, but coming here, I feel like that he opened up to everybody and like became a better person. Cause from the beginning, he was like kind of bad. He didn't want to listen. He wasn't talking, but now he like engaging with everybody. He being nice. He talked to me every time I come speak. You know what I'm saying? Being respectful. And I just feel like the Freedom School program just, you know what I'm saying, gives somebody a upper level on how you supposed to be as a young man to turn into like a grown man. You know what I'm saying? So like, I just feel like the program give like a good like pedestal on how you supposed to be. You know what I'm saying?
Perfect. Thank you, Michi.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, and Miss Leidy and Miss Schaefer, if you want to come up here real quick, I'll introduce you in front of the board. So next slide is our alternative daytime program, and then we'll jump back to Freedom Schools at the end for any questions. So in addition to our after-school program, we started our daytime alternative program, and here are two of our teachers. So Miss Schaefer is a middle school science teacher and part-time alternative education teacher, and Miss Leidy is part-time math and instructional coach teacher at UHS, but also comes and teaches at the alternative daytime program as well. So also Lisa Brewer and Misha Nunn also work as part of the daytime program. And so you can stay or you can go back, either way. Thank you both for your work. So we have this part-time hybrid model that has UMS and UHS students either who have been expelled to homebound due to a lack of placement at another school and or are participating part day at UMS UHS and part day in our program. So the focus is on a combination of credit recovery, passing current classes, and a smaller learning environment for students to be more successful academically, behaviorally, socially, emotionally. We develop individualized learning plans for students as it relates to their goals and what they need to do to get back on track at UMS or UHS. And every 4 weeks, we do progress monitoring and update the team as it relates to their progress. And so we currently are planning for 10 high school and 10 middle school students. Right now, we're at 13 total. We have 9 middle school and 4 high school students. So referrals are still being received through the high school process, which is the next slide. So the referral process goes through building administrators to submit to me and to our team, and we review students' progress. We review students' previous interventions, previous opportunities to be more successful. And if it's a demonstrated need and they qualify for our part-time program, then we accept them. And so students at the middle school and high school level have started since the second week of January. Some different examples could be students have failed multiple classes, have had substantial number of discipline referrals, and or have received interventions and are still struggling in whatever way it might be. So we develop sample schedules such as the mornings at the high school, the afternoons at alternative ed, or vice versa. We have some students that are on homebound or have been expelled that are coming in for their services for part of the day as well. So the goal is really to provide a much smaller and individualized learning experience for students to get back on track. And we're seeing it's super early in the process. We're only on week 4, but we're seeing a lot of success. And we have a couple students that are going to speak about that success. Kyrie is not here, the next slide. So I'll read, is Kyrie here? Oh, come on up, Kyrie, I didn't see you come in. Kyrie is going to read a little bit about his statement about the daytime and the after-school program.
To start off, I'm Kyrie, and I attend the alternative ed program during the day. I'm in 8th grade, and I'm here to tell you how all ed works. During my time at the program, I work on assignments that I need extra help with, and it allows for one-on-one learning. It's a helpful environment that has really impacted my grades and more. When I come, I check what work I have to do, then work on Apex, which has really helped me catch up in school and bring my grades up. I also attend the after-school program, Freedom Schools, and every day we do something different. We play chess, do community service projects, have speakers come in, and have a game day. When we first come in, we get a snack, chill, then get to work. But overall, it's a good place to get comfortable and get your grades up.
Great job. Kyrie just started with us during the day about a week ago, and he's doing wonderful. Next up is Arif. Arif is one of our high school students. and Arif will share a little bit about his perspective.
Hey, everybody, my name Reef. I'm a freshman at UHS. I'm going to be telling y'all about my experience at Freedom Schools. Start off, my name Reef. I used to go to the high school, and now I'm in an alternative education program. There are a couple reasons why I'm here. My experiences here wasn't the worst, even though it's annoying not to be at the high school. A normal day for me is from 12:30 to 6 p.m., and I start off by doing my algebra for an hour, and then I switch subjects every hour until I finish. I attend Freedom Schools after school program, and depending on the day, we will go to play chess or do community service with Miss Mitchell and the kids. We will find an activity to do. They'll feed us. We'll go home. Some days good, some days bad, but either way, they'll make sure you do good, catch up on work. Freedom Schools help me stay out of trouble with my education. My goal is to do good and get caught up on all my work.
All right, thank you, Arif. So those are two students that are in both the daytime and after-school program and are doing really, really well. We're very proud of both of them and all the students that are here tonight with us. They're all excelling in different ways, and it's exactly what we've envisioned back in the summer and beforehand, what we would like to provide for our students, and we're living that right now. So we can talk through data and outcomes and those sorts of things also, but we wanted to have personal perspective tonight for you. So the next slide is just a reminder of our facilities. So we're on Fair Lawn, across the street from the middle school. The building with the murals is adult education, not us, but we have a lot of students that go back and forth, not knowing which building to go to yet. But the other building, the old Comcast building, is shared with both the alternative education, Freedom Schools, and some of the adult education classes as well. We would like to invite everyone to our open house on February 28th at 5 o'clock to see the work that our students are doing, and also just see the building and the work that has taken place thus far. So that is our last slide. Paul, I know I said that was like going to be 15 minutes, and it was 30 minutes. I apologize. But we appreciate the time and the ability to go first, and we're open to questions and answers.
Board members, any questions for Joe? All right. So thank you very much for a great presentation.
Thank
it's really
you all very
heartening
much.
to see the progress here.
Great job, you guys.
And I want to thank you so much for the audience for being accommodating to letting these high schoolers and middle schoolers get back home tonight. It is now time for citizen statements. So if anybody else would like to make a citizen statement before the board, there are goldenrod forms in the back of the room you can fill out and hand to our recording secretary, Lori Johnson. First up tonight is Yulia Barishnikov. Is Yuli still here? I will put him back at the back and call him again later in the evening. Next up is Julie Duvall. Yeah, so I know you emailed me ahead of time and said your statement.
I already asked.
Yeah, she's got a prepared statement that's going to probably go over 8 minutes, 5 minutes, which is against our board policy. We try to keep all citizen statements to 5 minutes to respect everybody's time. If anybody else are willing to pick up the remainder of her statement, that'd be greatly appreciated. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, please go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Julie Duvall. I have a son and 2 grandchildren who are special needs students that attend Urbana schools. Tonight I'm here speaking to you as the president of the CU Autism Network to advocate on behalf of the SPED students and their families that attend USD. I'd like to clarify up front that advocating does not mean complaining. As an advocate, I am contacted by parents who are having issues and concerns regarding their students' IEP services, goals, supports, accommodations, and safety. Behind me are multiple Urbana SPED parents and community members. They are here to show the support and are in agreement with this presentation to the school board. The SPED system in Urbana is broken. The district is in non-compliance. Many state, federal, civil, privacy, educational, discrimination, and disability rights and laws have been violated against multiple students and parents. IEP violations happen in the district daily. Sadly, this is the norm, not the exception. Accommodations are not being followed through. Supports are not in place. Goals are not being met. Placements are not effective. Students are being warehoused, with little or no education being presented. Teachers and TAs openly talk about not wanting to work with specific students or parents. Placements are being changed without following proper IEP protocols. Safety. Students' behavior and safety plans are not being followed, which oftentimes result in escalated, sometimes physically aggressive behaviors. Students are being consequenced for lack of implementation of behavior intervention plans, safety plans, and IEPs. Students are being labeled with behavior issues instead of recognize that their behaviors manifest from a disability. Building level admins send SPED students home, stating it is an excused absence to avoid it being counted against the disability 10-day rules for suspensions. SPED students have had their privacy violated in bathrooms and posted on social media. This went viral for weeks. Students and parents are being discriminated against and have had their rights violated multiple times on many occasions. Not only is this grossly negligent and unethical, it is also illegal. All of these occur at our students' expense. What parents face. As special needs parents, we are used to advocating for our children. However, advocating with within the USD at building level can be extremely trying. Lack of communication from teachers and building admins. We go into meetings to present issues and to help find a solution, only to be met with silence or defensiveness from staff. Staff at the building level blame actions and decisions on district admin, therefore causing more distrust in the district and the administration. Broken confidentiality. Staff talking about students' confidential health, education, information in front of other students, staff, and community members. Staff at building levels are either not familiar with or do not enforce ISB or federal guidelines, policies, and procedures. Building admins have walked out of meetings with parents, teachers, and school staff present. Parents are confronted by staff members who are in support of other staff. Multiple SPED parents are in the schools daily to accommodate their students' needs and oversee the IEPs and safety plans are being implemented. A few of these parents have been specifically asked by building admins to attend school to support their students. In November, my student and I had multiple civil rights violated by the Urbana Teachers Union during an IEP meeting. These were violations that building admins tried to prevent before, and the district admins attempted to rectify with the district attorney's help after they occurred. Last week, I personally filed multiple civil rights complaints against the Urbana Teachers Union. This was after emailing the district and the union 8 weeks ago with the intention to come to a resolution. Every one of the admins replied. However, to this day, we have not heard anything from the teachers union. These type of violations and dismissals happen to us often. It is discriminatory. Targeting. It is not uncommon for students and parents to be in toxic environments and receive differential and unprofessional treatment from building staff. The toxic environment we experience the most is attitudes or avoidance from building staff, staff denying parents or advocates access to the classrooms, students feeling they are being targeted either by being punished or avoided because their parents are advocating for them. Personally, my family has experienced confidential, personal, and educational information about my grandchild being leaked on social media, newspaper articles regarding legal issues involving school and my granddaughter being copied on the school copy machine and distributed to the staff in the building. And most recently, I was informed of a texting thread amongst my son's building that states they alert them that Julie Duvall is in the building.
Hello, my name is Julie Palermo. I'm a parent of a 9th grader at UHS. And I will continue reading right here. Okay. Equal opportunities. The American with Disabilities Act states schools are required to make educational opportunities, extracurricular activities, and facilities open and accessible to all students. IDA ensures disabled children are given a free and appropriate education, emphasizing special education and related services that meet the specific needs of each disabled child. However, inclusion in the buildings is a top-down model. USD SPED students do not always have adaptive classes available for every class, receive full elective class choices, have access to accommodating after-school programs, have any sports, academic, or social club options. These programs are not offered or available to fulfill the needs of the SPED students according to the ADA and IDEA requirements. Resolution attempts. Multiple meetings and conversations have been had with Dr. Ivory Tatum, Dr. Angie Franklin, Dr. Caffey, Todd Taylor, and Jennifer Hastings. They all acknowledge there are multiple issues and concerns with the SPED department. They have worked to make changes by creating plans and programs to make positive outcomes. However, they are not fully being implemented at the building levels for multiple reasons. Many parents have exhausted meetings at the building levels and leave the school feeling dismissed with no progress and fearful for the student safety.
Can I continue for her?
They
Thank
go.
you.
I got it. They go to the district admin frustrated because issues have not been resolved and they want to be heard. How does this affect USD? The parents and caregivers feel that they have no recourse but to file due process along with other various ISBE federal, state, and civil right violation complaints to get assistance to resolve these violations. Let me just leave that out. The penalties the school faces for these violations can include losing federal and state funding as well as grant opportunities. And then Julie will close.
In closing, SPED parents have lost faith in USD and feel unsupported. They expect and want their children, their students, to be treated with dignity, understanding, and respect. They want to be heard and respected as valuable members of their students' education team. They want to work with USD to be part of the solution. The issues raised here tonight are not about principles. We must not forget these are the laws, guidelines, and procedures that are legally in place to protect disabled students who are innocent. We ask of the board, of the central office, and building, admins, and staff. These are our students. They are different, but they are not less, and we expect you to treat them that way. Thank you for giving us the time to speak.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And next up is Ruth Kontorovitz. Ruth, are you here? No, I'll call back to her later. Next up is Ari Lerman. Ari Lerman. Sarah Jansen. Your mic's not on. There you go. It's on now.
Okay. I am here this evening to discuss the administration's recommendation to close Wiley for the upcoming school year. Asbestos abatement is critical prior to renovations, and I'm glad to see it on the agenda. However, I am deeply troubled by several points in the administration's proposal. Number one, there is no plan for how the building will be used after the asbestos removal. It is irresponsible to use public funds of this magnitude without first having a plan for the building's future use. A plan simply ensures the building will be used effectively after these funds are spent. So for example, one option presented in the slides is for Wiley to be the site of the proposed whole school Spanish dual language program. Wiley is a two-strand school, much smaller than Leal Elementary, which many of us have argued is too small for the whole school. I'll sound like a broken record, but either the Spanish dual language program would need to shrink dramatically or Wiley would need to substantial renovations to house the whole school model. Now this isn't about the whole school model tonight, But it's prudent, it's an example because it's prudent to think about the future needs before beginning this project. It is even fun and exciting to do long-term planning, so let's do it. Not only is it prudent and exciting, but it is helpful to set expectations for all stakeholders. In particular, Wiley families deserve to know in advance if the forced move is temporary or permanent. It will affect the strategies they use to cope with this very difficult situation. 4 out of 5 Wiley families are low income, and 1 out of 5 students have IEPs. These families deserve to know what's ahead for them, and they need a voice at the table starting right now. According to the slides, Wiley students will be absorbed by the other schools, basically distributing them all over without a short-run or long-run plan. As we all learned together this fall, the literature suggests that the best way to help students through major disruptions like this one is to keep continuity through community, keeping students and teachers from Wiley together in some capacity as much as possible. Once again, no consideration seems to be given to the hardship imposed on families and teachers through this proposed disruption. Now, with references to redistricting in the slides, one might infer the administration anticipates that this relocation will be permanent for Wiley families. According to the slides, students will be, quote, strategically placed so they are only relocated once during the redistricting process. Now, in order to successfully do this, one must know now where the currently unknown future boundaries will be. This means redistricting must happen first. Instead, the slides also say that removing Wiley students now and relocating them closer to neighborhood schools will help inform the attendance boundary conversations. This is inappropriate. Redistricting is a formal process that requires public input. It cannot be done in an ad hoc and rushed manner behind closed doors. Board members, in December, you agreed that major changes like this one need to be incorporated into a long-term, strategic, holistic plan. Before disrupting the lives of 232 students and all the staff at Wiley, please insist on 2 things. 1, a comprehensive plan that determines the future of Wiley School. And number 2, if the plan does not include Wiley as a neighborhood school, then please complete the formal redistricting process prior to redistricting 232 students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Carla Schroeder.
Good evening, board members and other esteemed guests in the room. Thank you for your service to our school district and for your passion for and commitment to education. I really appreciate the role that you play in that. It's kind of tricky for me to sit here tonight because I'm usually a pretty bubbly person. I really have a do no harm, make sure everyone leaves with a really great experience when they've been around me. I'm full of joy. But after looking at the presentation shared in advance of tonight's meeting, I'm left feeling shocked and distressed. The plan to disperse Wiley staff and students is one that I can't support. In previous instances of renovation and the need for schools to be closed, alternate locations were found to house school communities until they could return to their school building. This is like unheard of in my experience of over 20 years in Urbana to see a school go through this process. The current plan that we are asking to vote on is to close Wiley, most likely permanently. I know you're not voting tonight, but whether you vote for or against the plan, please don't believe otherwise. The plan claims to retain the option of reopening the building as a neighborhood school, but inadvertently it destroys that possibility. A school isn't a building. It's a school is a culture, a complex set of relationships between students and staff and families and the broader community. A school develops as a whole, and it develops over time. Wiley is a developed school community. It's a family. We deliver positive academic results for our student population, for them and with them. Wiley's community is dynamic, and it's exceptional in how it functions and the relationships it builds with staff and students. I spend some of my time as an instructional coach fostering positive relationships with people and students. I get to see how they persevere every day, whether it's the principal or the office staff or the lunch ladies or the lunch supervisors or the bus drivers or the crossing guard or the nurse. Every single person, from the principal to the TAs, is working tirelessly to support our students, our amazing students, as they grow and develop. The decision to disband Wiley makes it look like that hard work and our achievement over the past 5 years doesn't matter. We worked so hard to go from lowest performing by the state's designation to commendable in a short time. And we're watching all that work get destroyed as we focus on fixing the building, and I know that has to be fixed, and relocating our staff and students in response to fixing the building. The suggested plan divides and scatters Wiley students and relocates staff across the district, and when this occurs, our community relationships deteriorate. Staff will leave the district. I've heard some talk about it already. That scares me. They're amazing people. I don't want them to leave. Some staff may choose to remain in their design positions or the designated positions, but I believe that the academic performance of students is going to decline based on this disruption. I'm not even going to discuss the disruption of other teachers in other buildings who might get riffed to accommodate our staff, or how their class sizes might be larger because our students are joining their students before they really get to see that come to fruition as a group. Can our district afford to lose a functioning school community that is producing positive academic results for a challenging population? If the board is serious about having a reopening option, then I believe Wiley must be kept together as a community if it's possible. Otherwise, the option of reopening Wiley School as Wiley School is really only a theory. It only exists in theory. Please consider revisiting the plan and keeping Wiley students and staff together to preserve reopening as a legitimate option in the future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Valerie Willits.
Just a second, I'm sorry.
Take your time.
Being part of the Wiley community is something special. I can count on help at a moment's notice with anything personal or professional. We cry together, we laugh together. We genuinely care about each other, and we have a unified, tremendous care for the well-being and success of our students. We are being used to solve problems that we did not create based on this plan. We did not create the vacancies at other schools. We stayed. We did not decide to build empty classrooms. All we have ever wanted is some support for Wiley. We were told no for this and no for that. No, no, no. And now you want to close us down. We went from the lowest performing to commendable under Dr. H's leadership. So not only have you refused to support us, but now you're proposing to tear apart everything that we have worked so hard to create. Why are you not even entertaining other ideas? According to the slides provided, nearly all of our students will be going to Thomas Paine, Yankee Ridge, or King. So it's just on some basic comparisons. 5 essentials: Wiley, well organized, ready, with 5 areas in strong or neutral. Yankee Ridge, Thomas Paine, King, all not yet organized, with trending down, with weak or very weak in multiple areas. Wiley outperformed all other elementary schools except for Leal and Truancy. Only Yankee Ridge and Yale had had lower percentages of students that did not meet performance benchmarks on IAR. So you're asking us to take positions at lower performing schools and our students to be placed at lower performing schools. The research on the impacts of structured redistricting, which, let's just be honest, that's what this is, are horrible for students. The research states that many years after the move, students perform worse on ELA, math, and the first year is even more detrimental, with negative effects on their social well-being and loss of social capital for students and parents. The impact on our students will be negative. Also, when Black and biracial schools are doing well, like Wiley, they are often dismissed, like Wiley. That's what the research says. And it is our job to disrupt traditional norms of engagement and amplify marginalized voices, especially given our district's focus on equity. Our parents and students, 85% low income, 70% minority, are the voices we need to amplify. But they were just given notice today at 10:39 a.m., giving them no time to adjust their schedule, let alone organize. You say all teachers have a placement. However, none of the Urbana schools, elementary schools, have the quality of culture and climate Wiley has been shown in the stats that I listed above. Do you think the other schools will welcome us with open arms? No. We will be the second-class citizens. Our seniority will be lost. We will be demonized for any teachers that were riffed. The support I have of my colleagues on a daily basis will be stripped away, crippling my ability to excel at my craft. I have huge personal stressors in my life, and now you want me to switch on a dime to move my job too, when switching jobs is a known huge stressor in life. Where is our retention department? Do they have a say in this? You have had all the information about the money since November. You have spent time unofficially redistricting all of Wiley's students. You have spent time determining costs. You have spent time determining students will walk. You have spent time conferring with HR about my future, yet you have given me no time. If I was planning to change jobs, I should have started the process in the fall. You have denied me that ability. You gave me 4 days, because we all know you would not be presenting this if you did not think you had the votes to pass it. We also know that this wouldn't even be discussed if the dual language program at Leal went through. Please do not insult my intelligence and our family's intelligence by saying you are just involving us now because we were at the start of the process. The process started in November. At least show us some respect. Board, I ask you to slow this down. We all agree that our building needs work. We have been desperately asking this for years. The board asserted a list of actions needed before proceeding with the dual language program. Shouldn't those same actions hold true for making any decisions on Wiley's future? All the arguments that Leal's parents asserted regarding preserving their Leal community hold true for Wiley as well. But our parents were not afforded that time. It is not okay what you are doing for our students, family, and staff at Wiley, and the classrooms that are inevitably going to be enlarged. Please allow more time and input before any discussions move forward. Thank you very much for your time.
Next up is Susan Schofner. I'm sorry, this is Schaffner. Thank you.
Do I wait for you or do you wait for me? Okay. Hi, my name is Susan Schaffner. You might not know me yet. I'm a SPED TA. I actually just started last year at Wiley. I started at Wiley because I chose Wiley. I chose Wiley for my children, actually. Going through all the information online and talking to other parents in the community, I chose Wiley because my children and I needed somewhere safe. We needed a safe community school. We chose Wiley. I work at Wiley every single day, holding children, helping children. I have a little girl who, it's been rough. We've been working for over a year. But now when I look at my friend and I say, hey friend, please wash your hands after going to the bathroom, she does that basic thing because I have worked with this same child for a year. And now you are telling us that I might not be with her. She might be with somebody that she does not recognize, and that is going to terrify this little girl. It'll be her 5th grade year. The year before she goes to junior high, and I think the most important year in her elementary school career. I want to be with her. I want to be with the children that I have been with for the last year. Every single day, I tell children over and over again, be responsible, be respectful, be safe. If you guys have had this information and you've known that you're doing this, and yet as an educator, I found out on Friday. As a parent, I was emailed today. That is ridiculous. That's gross. It's just gross, and I don't know how else to describe it other than I feel very in the red zone, which is something that we talk about to our children about every day. I feel like this district had a responsibility to respect me as an educator and as a parent and let me know things when you guys know things. Let me be a part of it. I work there and my children go there. There should be an open discussion that like everybody is a part of and not we made this decision, we didn't tell you about it, and now we're pretending like we don't know what's going on. It's not fair. And I'm not the only person. I am one TA that works with a group of about, I want to say there's 4 of us. And we, every single day, are with students who need the most extra help, who we work with, and some people have been there way longer than I have and are just building these relationships with these kids that are now in 3rd grade. They're looking at people that they've had since kindergarten and telling them, you know, I understand. I can trust you. We do surveys every year at the beginning of the year. And one question that we ask the kids, do you feel safe in your school? Who do you know that you can go and talk to? Who are they supposed to answer next year when they're at a brand new school? My girls are back there. They're part of the 270 something students you guys just want to throw somewhere else. That's not okay. I chose Wiley. I understand we have to get rid of asbestos. I know that you guys know that you do not want to give us our building back. I don't understand why you don't want to give us our building back. I understand that I am brand new and I am extremely upset. And on the back of the slides, the back of the paper that was printed out for the slides, it reads, Urbana School District, we are better together. And I think we have proven as Wiley that we are way better together. So after you split us apart, if you have to do the asbestos to keep everybody safe, we need to come back. That community needs to go back to that school. I don't know how much time I have left, but that's really all I have to say. As a parent and as an educator, there's so much just inconsistencies with this. I understand you guys know what you want to do. Just give us our building back. Give us our building back. Don't even take it away in the first place. Do the asbestos over the summer. Wiley deserves and should be together. And I think it's ridiculous that everybody is taking time out of their day-to-day to tell you that when stats, especially stuff that Valerie read out, has shown that. That's all I have to say.
Rakaya Perkins-Williams.
Hello, members of the board. My name is Rakaya Perkins-Williams, and I am a parent at Wiley. I do not have a prepared statement because I just found out about this meeting. I'm pretty sure I was at work, so it was this afternoon. My child has been at Wiley since she was in kindergarten, and I have a now 9th grader who is a graduate of Wiley. We moved here from Indiana. I'm a student at the U of I. I'm working on my doctorate, and I specifically chose Wiley year and year after year after year. We could have gone to any school in this district, but we chose Wiley for the leadership, for the family, for the commitment, for the community. My daughter is the first child in my family in at least 3 generations that has gone to the same school from kindergarten to the 5th grade. I don't know if that means anything to a lot of y'all sitting here, but to black families, that's huge, okay? We don't even live in the district with Wiley. We're zoned to King, but I get up every morning and I drive my kid to Wiley because Wiley has made a difference in her life. She's getting ready to get a 504 because she has anxiety. You know who pointed that out to me? Her teachers at Wiley. You understand what I'm saying? Like, the fact that y'all want to, and she's not even going to be here next year. Okay, she's going to be in the middle school next year. But it is not fair for me to be able to take advantage of the community that has been built by Wiley, by the staff, by the teachers, by the leadership, by the families, and say, oh, well, we're going to the middle school next year, so what difference does it make? Okay? It makes a huge difference. I need for other families to get what I've been given. I need for other families to have the opportunity for the continuity, for teachers who will do what a lot of the teachers did on during the COVID pandemic. My kid thrived. Not many families could say that because of the teachers and the staff members at Wiley. It helped her get through it. I even had my kid who's in middle school go back and talk to her teachers from Wiley to help her get through it, and she wasn't even a student there anymore. So when y'all talk about, oh, we're going to send kids all over the place, I drive my kid, so I see the kids walking to Wiley every single morning. So now you're going to make them walk to where? Thomas Paine, King. You're going to make them walk to where? We don't have a plan. I don't know how many parents are here. I see a whole lot of staff members. That's not right. But when something happens, and I get like an email from the district, my phone is blown up, right, from the robocalls. I didn't get a robocall about this meeting, and this is my school. This is my baby school. When I meet other families at Walmart, at Myers, and my daughter goes, oh, they go to Wiley. I ask them on my own, how do you like it? How are you liking Wiley? How are you liking this experience? And time again, families are saying, I like it. It's a nice school. It's better than, and they run down the list of the other schools that their kids have been to. So for y'all to make this decision, I didn't have a chance to do my homework. They know I usually come in with my homework. But I did not have a chance to do my homework. All I know is that Wiley is about 50+% black, 20+% white. There is a sizable Asian community, if y'all have not moved them to someplace else, that lives literally right around the corner. Like, have y'all come to Wiley? And I guess the other thing that bothers me, I'm gonna say this in my last minute, the talk about closing Wiley has been ongoing since I've been here. Ongoing. And this is the first time you've decided to engage us. And I find as a parent, as a voter, as somebody, you know, who is committed to this community, I find that insulting on a lot of different levels. I find that hurtful because I support y'all, right? As an engaged community member, I support y'all. I know some of you, I see some of you at the grocery store. Like, I go through the proper channels for the most part when I have issues. But it's like, where's the reciprocity? How are y'all supporting us in this without even having a conversation with us? Without even talking to us as parents, right? I don't work for the school. I don't get paid to be here. I'm here because I need to be here, not for my kid, because she's gotten everything she needs, but for the future generations of families who are going to come through Wiley. I just found out, I got 14 seconds. Did y'all know that Ludacris supposedly, allegedly, went to Wiley? Right? Like, that alone is enough to show you, like, Wiley produces greatness. As a regular school, not as a special school. But that's all I have to say. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Linda Miner.
Good evening. First off, thank you for everyone's service on the board. I know it's not an easy job, and it's certainly a thankless job, and you are constantly being faced with hard decisions. This evening, as everybody else has already mentioned, you'll be studying the issues around Wiley Elementary and its future. And it appears that you're considering closing Wiley at the end of the school year, and then take the next year to then talk to stakeholders while the abatement and deconstruction is going on, and then you'll decide how to use the space. Well, for full transparency, Wiley is my neighborhood school. I no longer have children at Wiley. In fact, my youngest is set to graduate, God willing, in May. And so my interests in this are not emotional, and that's no disrespect to the emotion in this room. It's very validated. It's about what's best for the whole of our district. I took a look at the presentation tonight, and I ask that you will take a second and a third look at the numbers. As some of you may recall, in 2010, there were discussions about closing a Urbana neighborhood school, and all fingers were pointing to Wiley then as well. I won't go into the details, but we found errors in the data presented, and in the end, it was really not school or any of our elementary schools. And I only bring this up because the map provided in the presentation shows a family attending Wiley on my street that actually moved out of the district in July of 2021. So this is just a reminder to triple check the data and make sure that your projections are accurate. Secondly, as it was already mentioned by somebody else about the fiscal responsibility of knocking down walls to the studs before you know how you're going to use the space. I know that there's DIYers out there that do this all the time, but this is tax dollars we're talking about, and it's not a responsible use of tax dollars. We need to know what the end goal is before we start knocking things down. Thirdly, we just want to process, we just went through a process of redistricting, and now it appears that only Wiley families will be singled out to be redistricted. The redistricting process, as this was already mentioned, needs to be fair and equitable. And I'd like to propose another alternative. Let's start the conversations now, but leave Wiley open another year. Let's strategize all the issues that our district is juggling. And we've heard plenty of them in the last several months. And let's get the input of all stakeholders. Let's see a strategic plan that includes the use of our facilities. Before November, when everyone learned that these bonds were becoming available to us to use, it was fine to wait another 5 or 6 years before we tackled Wiley. What's different now? Rushing this process without a clear strategic plan on all district affairs is not worth the expense of all of these things that we mentioned. Most importantly, broken relationships. I'd like you to consider slowing the process down, keep Wiley open for another year, and do the proper strategic planning for the entire district. Thanks.
Thank you, Andrea. David Guth.
Good evening, everybody. I am also a former Wiley parent. My son Will had attended Wiley from 1st through 4th grade. And so I would like to echo a few things that Linda just shared, but from a slightly different perspective. I am a facilities and operations department head at the university, and I do know a few things about dealing with asbestos in old buildings, so I can sympathize with the need to address that health concern for the building. But I think Urbana residents, teachers, students, and parents are being asked to consider. There were like 6 different potential outcomes for Wiley Elementary, and while yes, the costs are escalating rapidly for construction costs, abatement, I think that we need to take a step back and fully consider the costs of this process that we're considering here, and rather than, you know, going through a strategic process, we just went through a pandemic, and envisioning for the whole district, and then tying that to a facility master plan. Those are the kinds of steps at the university that we take, and also a facility condition audit. Tie it to you understand across the district what your priorities are across all facilities. That is well considered. The city of Urbana has done it. We at the university have done it. We've done it very intensively within my division of the university. And that is how we've developed our strategic facility plan. Those are how we make decisions about what we address first, based on our strategic plan and our vision, tied to our stakeholders. So I feel like, just from a professional standpoint, we need to take that step back. And we need to bring in someone who is highly qualified as a strategic planning facilitator, because we need to incorporate all of the stakeholders across all of the schools in this district. It needs to be transparent, and it needs to be clear that all voices are heard in that process. Then that drives a facility master plan, which is another person who is a facilitator from an architectural engineering perspective that will help drive smart decisions about all of our facilities, balancing all of our needs across the district. So if you have that backbone, I feel like we will be really building better together, but I feel like we are at a point here we're making decisions that are not fully considered. We are going to rip and tear to get the asbestos out, but the outcome on the back end is not clear, other than, hey, we're potentially displacing on short notice all these good people, our teachers, our parents, and our students. And that's going to have a huge impact. It's also not building trust, and it's not, but it has a cost. It has a cost as great or greater than the asbestos that we're going to remove at a lower rate than if we removed it a year from now. So I would highly advise us to just, let's take a breath, let's center ourselves as a district. This is not how Urbana should be. We need to be collaborative, and we need to be inclusive. And that's what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, David. So once again, if anybody else would like to make a statement, the goldenrod form's in the back of the room. I'm going to roll back to the people who weren't in the room before, the first being Yuli Brishnikov, and Ruth Kontorovitz, and Ari Lerman. Okay. That would conclude our citizen statements for the evening. There is no call for an executive session after tonight's meeting. Is there a motion to approve tonight's agenda as amended with moving 10.1 forward and removing action item 9.1? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Student ambassadors report.
Hello, board. Today I'm here to give a shout out to Miss Serrano. I've enjoyed being in her class. She's a very understanding teacher. I think she doesn't get a lot of credit that she deserves. One day we had a circle and she took the time out of her lesson to talk about mental health and things that we liked in the class, and it was just a great sight to see, and I really felt appreciated as a student. Moving forward, I would like to say Parker and I have been promoting the lunch survey that we were able to create with Dr. Ivory Tatum. I think it's a great initiative to get feedback on food, and I know there's been plenty of opinions on food in our district, so I think it's a great thing that we're doing, and that's all I have to say.
I want to thank Michael and Parker they helped to come up with our questions. They're helping to promote it, and you guys don't know this, but as of today, Katie, we had 276 students. 279 have completed the survey in less than a week. I mean, it's been like 5 or 6 days, so kudos.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Yes, we're keeping it open for another week, so we'll keep pushing it out. So it's been great feedback, so thank you.
Our first administrative report tonight is Arbor Management Contract Amendment.
Great segue.
some additional notes just in case there were questions as well. Is this working?
Mhm.
Okay. So I wrote the memo that contains the background on the situation, but we started meeting with Arbor in the fall after the USDA increased the breakfast and lunch reimbursement rates to the district by 40 cents for lunch and 15 cents for breakfast. And because Arbor is the vendor that procures the food for the district's food service, they asked if we would be willing to pass some of that rate increase along to them. So with a lot of, the increase has to be based on their own Urbana-specific financial analysis of the rising food costs. So not just their overall operations, but really specific to the costs that Urbana has faced. So in the end, we met in the middle with a 20% or 20-cent increase to lunch reimbursement and 7.5-cent reimbursement for breakfast. And then in addition to that would be the remaining minimum wage bill back amount that the board agreed to along with the renewal at the beginning of the year. That was an additional amendment that was approved to increase the amount that we're reimbursing related to the staff on our schedule for their services so that they can continue to still receive that bill back since that goes away if this amendment is approved. So I was bringing it for discussion tonight. We'll have the approval at the February 21st board meeting. And I just wanted to make sure if you had any other questions or concerns that we address those between now and the next meeting.
Any questions, board? Thank you very much, Katie. Next up, 8.2 is a first read of our 23-24 and 24-25 district calendars.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight, I have a brief presentation of the process of our calendar committee, and then I will highlight some changes that are being recommended for this first reading for the 23-24 and 24-25 calendars. Okay, to begin with, we had 17 members that were comprised of parents, Board of Education members, teachers, building administrators, central office, and support staff. And we did have representatives from all building levels, so that was particularly helpful because there's some unique needs for each level that we'll discuss further as we look at these recommendations. So we had 3 meetings, and prior to the first meeting, information was shared with the committee regarding holidays and neighboring calendars. We looked at others so that we could do our best to try to align where we could to make things as the best we could for our families. At our November 9th meeting, we established the guidelines and reviewed Illinois school code. For example, the number of days that are required for students, and I'll go over that in just a second. In between meetings, we discussed some dreams, wishes, and hopes, and devised some sample calendars and guidelines. And I do have Beth Ladd here with me tonight. She's principal at UECS and was particularly helpful during this process as well. So that really helped between meetings is drafting these samples, and we share them with the committee so that we could review that at the next meeting. So at the December 6th meeting, we looked at the first year draft, and as a committee, I was really proud of the committee work because, you know, there were some differences of opinions at times, but we really came together as a consensus once we had both calendars and felt that it was something that we could all support. We had our January 17th meeting, and we reviewed both calendars and reviewed the final drafts for a last time. And then I also shared those drafts again by email January 30th because we wanted to confirm. We knew that a neighboring district was going to be having their calendars approved, and we wanted to make sure that the fall break aligned, which, as I will go over in a minute, that it does. So the guidelines that I discussed for Illinois School Code is that we have 176 student attendance days, 4 institute days, 5 weather days. Those are emergency weather days. Those are no longer needed since we have 5 e-learning days. unless for some reason we would use all of those 5 e-learning days. But the ROE still recommends that we notate those emergency traditional weather days as we knew it in the past on our calendars. The e-learning days allows us the opportunity to have a continuation of instruction the very best that we can, but we still allow some time in the event that there's any barriers and students can't do any assignments during that time. We considered community events and calendars, and we also had Mr. Waller from the high schools. We really looked at homecoming and events at the high school as well. And then we considered federal holidays as we made these determinations. Additional considerations for the UHS graduation homecoming dates, as I mentioned. What we've heard from many in our committee was starting school earlier, and the reason being is that would allow us more time to establish a fall break. And we were hearing a lot from our teachers of the burnout that we were having. We originally proposed, as we were doing our drafts, possibly having that fall break when we had Thanksgiving that week. What we were hearing from staff and from individuals on the committee that was too long to have that week. And then once we found out also that a neighboring district was going to have theirs earlier in October, we made the decision to propose it in October rather than November. And then also we heard from the committee is the need to balance the semesters as best as possible, because historically the second semester is always much longer in days. So we were making our best attempt to balance that a bit where we could. And then again, major feedback topics. The most that we heard of were establishing that fall break and beginning the year earlier. And then also aligning our break with the U of I and neighboring district as well. I think that's the last slide, right? Okay, so just a couple points that I want to mention. The 2 calendar drafts were shared with everyone and in the board packet, but I do want to point out some days for our public, some changes that are being proposed from how we've had it historically. And that's starting school earlier, a couple days earlier with institute days. For example, 23-24 would be August 14th rather than when we typically start August 16th. That creates a little more space to have a fall break, and so next year, if approved, that would be October 16th through 20th. We also heard from the committee and from staff that between spring break and the end of the school year, that was a really long time, and so we were able to also, in addition to the spring break, add in April a holiday. Next year it would be April 22nd. And so with those changes, the last day of school would be May 29th, just right after Memorial Day for next year. For 24-25, very similar. We tried to mimic the 23-24 calendar. School would start August 13th. The fall break would be October 14th through 18th. The difference to the 24-25 calendar is we would have to have the election day in there, so that was added. We have the spring holiday April 21st, and the last day would be May 30th. Also, in addition, you'll see several days that pertain to UECS. Students at UECS don't have the 176-day requirement. It's 165 days. And so there are some opportunities for home visits and for staff development and doing some portfolio work. And so you'll see those days were added to the calendar. So I worked with Mrs. Ladd and as we made those additions as well. And again, this is a proposed for first reading. Any questions? Correct. Thank you.
Thank you. So as we talked about a couple meetings ago, the district went ahead with the purchase of the Crisis Go system. We have been rolling that out over the month of February, and we wanted to provide you an update and kind of a brief demo of the capabilities of the system. So I don't know if you guys had a chance to install the app. If you didn't, that's fine. I was just going to give you a demo tonight so you could see kind of what pops up for staff and for everybody in the building as incidents occur. For district staff, we're encouraging they install this on their mobile devices. The district laptops, we're able to push that out directly from our administrative console. So all district-owned laptops will be getting this. And then it uses the same Google login that everybody has for everything, so it doesn't require another login. This does also allow us to send out SMS and email notifications to staff in the event of an emergency. So there is also, each building will have posted at the front a place for subs, itinerant staff, student teachers to log in. I blocked it out there. That's one of the actual QR codes, so people on the internet don't get to log in. But once they do log in, that'll remain active for 24 hours. So anybody visiting the building, mentors can log into the building as well. So I'm going to go through a few of the functions here, and I will bring up the actual application. So this is what the desktop application looks like. And then also, this is what the mobile app looks like. So I have a bunch of buildings, but I'm going to go into the Urbana training building. So from here, you're able to quickly send out messages to the entire staff. Staff in the buildings can also send messages back that come back to the managers or the administrators for the building. Also in here, you see at the bottom over here, and then the top is kind of this speedy exclamation mark. So when you click on that, that pulls up the fast alerts. So in the case of an actual emergency, we don't want there to have to be a lot for people to think about. So one hit of this button, I'll do the fire one, and I'll mark this as a drill so it doesn't actually notify 911. We'll notify all the staff. It will override their volume settings, and it will send a notification that there is a fire in the building.
Sorry. Those of us who have the app downloaded, that's what it
Yes.
does.
So that's if your phone or computer is muted or on vibrate, it will override the vibrate settings. And then it has different notifications. I don't know if you heard that one. The fire one tells you to please evacuate the building. The active shooter one tells you to run, hide, fight, which is the protocol that we're using in the district. So, and then depending on what kind of alert you have, the active shooter one then silences the device after that, so subsequent alerts don't make any noise. The fire one still provides additional alerts. So one other thing that you're able to do now that you have your incident started, you can also have classrooms do a roster check-in. So just for the training group, I have DPW here, and that will bring up rosters for the buildings that will let individual teachers mark their kids as present, or they can mark that the students are not present, but that they were last seen in the bathroom, or with notes that they're injured. Then from the admin console for the administrators, they can then go in, and for that roster event, they can just click on injured kids or missing kids, and they can identify where they were last seen, send building staff to go find them or to help them get what they need. They can also, if there are those students who are in the bathroom or whatever, they can click on them. When they click on them, it immediately brings up their contact information for their guardians. We won't show that right now because we don't want to violate any student information laws. But that's something there. The other thing that they have the ability to do is send out quick check-in messages. So if I send a new one, we have these kind of set up, again, to be just quick, that you don't have to think about it. So I'll say, does anybody need any medical assistance? And I'll send that out with SMS also. So that'll go out to the group, and then they'll get a notification, and then they can just give a quick answer, yes, no, I'm off site. You can change anything, but most of it's we're setting it up to be really quick and get that information out. So that's kind of the basic functionality. There are some other things that we have coming up. There's a evacuation and reunification module that we're not rolling out with the initial rollout, and I'll show you that a little bit in a second. Here's a little bigger version where you can see the active alerts and the fast alerts. Also, the plus in the top, that's where people can scan into the buildings. So there's the roster events, the alerts. This also has, for the administrators in the building, task lists. So whenever they initiate an incident, a lot of times it's easy, if you're sitting at your desk one day, it's easy to like remember every single thing that you have to do. But when you're actually evacuating kids from the building, it's easy to like miss one or two of these things, which we try to cover in our drills. But this kind of simplifies it, so you just kind of check down the list as you're going through your emergency. This is the admin console of the roster event where you can see missing people. And then this also allows, as first responders are coming to the building, this gives you the ability to share information with them coming in. So you can share building maps, and you can kind of share the all the dialogue that's going on, so they have full situational awareness of what's going on in the building. This is what the reunification module looks like. So in a reunification event, all the parents would get this notification that they could click into with a QR code. When they come to pick up their child from the reunification location, we would scan that QR code at the door. That would automatically notify the people in the student holding area that that parent's there for pickup. They could send them to the reunification area, and then they can meet with their parent. Then they again get scanned as they're leaving out the door, and that student is already automatically marked as safe and with their parent. So a few things that we have coming up. Additional training. We'll do the drill management coming up whenever we do our next batch of drills in the district, where we have several required drills every year. The reunification, the building scan-in, and the staff assist feature that we have that just notifies directly from one staff member to the administration that there's a classroom problem. So, and finally, I just wanted to point out this isn't replacing all of the things that we have in place. This is just another piece of the puzzle. So adding this to already sending out sky alerts to parents is very important to make sure they're informed. Sending out emails for less urgent things. And then a lot of people in the buildings are still using their texts and phones for quick one-on-one communication. This isn't taking any of that away. This is just adding it into our toolbox that we have to share with staff. So finally, here's our rollout schedule. We've implemented this very rapidly as big software implementations like this go. So we're already shared this with the high school staff yesterday because of their staff meeting schedules. It was kind of necessary to do that a little bit earlier. So this is live at the high school right now. Next Tuesday we'll be doing it with the middle school, and then we'll be rolling out through the rest of the elementary schools throughout the month of February. Two other things I mentioned, there's some other student modules. The Safe to Speak Up is a module the students can get where they can anonymously report problems in the building, and that goes anonymously to administrators. So that'll be coming up. probably in the rest of the spring semester. So do you guys have any questions or any more information about the Crisis Go app?
Who all is supposed to be using this Crisis Go app? So it makes sense. My thought before was that it was for the people in the building, the teacher, staff, administrators, etc. But when you're talking about reunification, are the parents supposed to have a Crisis Go app as well?
So the reunification, it does not require the app. They get a text message with a link, and then when they click on that link, that's what opens up the QR code. So yeah, there's not an expectation that the parents would have this app. Any communication with the parents would be through their information that's in the Parent Skyward module.
Good question. Anybody else? All right. Thank you very much, John. 10.3 is the Be Smart presentation from Katie Madigan.
Hello. Kind of excited to be here to share this with you. It's a heavy topic, but I think it's something that's really important. So, are you going to help me, John, with this? Okay, perfect. Thank you. It's a lot to manage with clicking through slides and remembering what you're saying. So, Be Smart is a program developed by Everytown for Gun Safety Support Fund to bring together parents and all adults concerned about kids, guns, and safety. So my name is Katie Madigan. I'm an Urbana resident, a member of the Champaign County Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America chapter, and a Be Smart volunteer presenter. So first we're gonna just watch a short video.
When it comes to keeping kids safe, we're all on the same team. As adults, it's our responsibility to keep kids out of harm's way. Part of that is preventing them from getting their hands on guns. Every year, hundreds of kids and young people die because they get a hold of guns. So many of these tragedies, suicides, unintentional shootings, even school shootings could be prevented. What can you do about it? It's simple. If you own a gun, lock it up and encourage gun owners you know to do the same. Look, owning a gun is your right, but it's our responsibility to protect our kids and our communities. So please do your part. Be safe, be smart. We're in this together. Learn more about secure storage at besmartforkids.org.
So I'm grateful to be here with you today to discuss the life-saving message of secure gun storage. Before we begin, let's take a moment to agree on a few things that are important to the Be Smart message. 1, we all want kids to grow up healthy and happy. We each have the right to make responsible decisions about how to protect our homes, families, and communities, including whether or not to have a gun in our home. If we can prevent even one child gun death or injury, it's our responsibility to do so. We're not here to talk about laws or policies, so let's just set those aside. So before I begin in earnest, we'll be talking about stories of gun violence and suicide, and we know living through these experiences is devastating, and hearing about them can be difficult as well. If you need to step away during the session to care for yourself, please do. We'll share resources at the end to seek additional support if needed. We must break the silence around suicide. Here are some important resources to write down or take a picture of in case you or someone you care about needs help. We have materials and resources with more information about how to get help if you do recognize these and other warning signs, and it includes the suicide prevention hotline. So it's a heartbreaking fact that in the US, firearms are the leading cause of death for children. This is a public health crisis. More than 1,800 children under the age of 18 are killed with guns every year, an average of 5 children every day. When children are killed with guns, the majority of those deaths, 54%, are homicides. That's nearly 1,000 children per year. Additionally, nearly 700 children die by firearm suicide each year, and 100 are unintentionally shot and killed. We're here today to talk about how we can prevent tragedies like that. A shocking 4.6 million children in the U.S. live in a household with at least one loaded, unlocked gun. While school shootings and mass shootings typically make national headlines, almost all child unintentional shooting deaths occur in the home. And the Secret Service found that 3/4 of school shooters acquired their firearm from the home of a parent or close relative. So listen, I know this is an emotional issue, and we come from many different walks of life. Many of you are parents, some of you are gun owners, some of you aren't. Some of you may have had a personal experience with guns, and some of you may even have been impacted by gun violence. We believe that most gun owners want to be responsible gun owners. So we're here today to talk about what all of us, gun owners and gun owners alike, can do to make sure children and teens do not have unsupervised access to guns. So this slide, I'm not going to go through all of the articles, but you'll see that it's a problem throughout our country. These are just 4 short examples of headlines, and lots of incidents go unreported, and behind each headline are real lives that have been impacted by gun violence. I do want to share these 4. These are consequences of unsecured guns and what that means in Illinois, and most specifically Central Illinois. So the top left you can see was 2017, a 15-year-old Mattoon High School freshman entered the school cafeteria with the intention of getting revenge on a girl who called him gay. Though he couldn't find the girl, he fired his gun anyway and shot and wounded a fellow student. Further violence was prevented because a teacher subdued the student. The upper right, maybe a little bit close to home. In 2020, a 16-year-old from Urbana was charged with shooting a friend, also a teen from Urbana. The teens were outside the Cove Apartments, where they were shown on surveillance video to point a Nerf gun that shoots foam darts at each other. The 16-year-old then pulled out a gun with a pink handle and shot his 14-year-old friend in the abdomen. In the lower left, you'll see a story about a Westville woman who is dead after an accidental shooting in Tilton. The 64-year-old was shot while sitting in the front seat of a car on July 12, 2020. The car was found near the Mach 1 gas station on Route 1 in Tilton. A preliminary investigation revealed a 4-year-old was handling a gun in the back seat of the car when the gun accidentally discharged and the car crashed. And then on the lower right, April 23, 2021, Champaign police responded to a private residence on the 600 block of South Crescent Drive, the report of a shooting. Upon arrival, officers located a 3-year-old boy with a non-life-threatening gunshot wound. The child was transported to an area hospital. Preliminary information suggested the child gained access to an unsecured firearm and accidentally discharged it once into his midsection. All 4 of these stories show the consequences of gun violence. Gun violence is preventable. So we can all take action in our own homes and our communities to keep our kids safe. So even if you don't have a gun in your home, or if you do and you know that you're already practicing secure gun storage, what can you do right now? Together we're going to learn to be smart. So let's start with S. S is secure your guns in homes and vehicles. 13 million households with children contain at least one gun, and the majority of children in gun-owning households actually know where the gun is stored. So what do I mean by securing guns? A gun should always be stored securely, which means they are inaccessible to kids, and make sure children are never in the presence of unsecured guns. Remember, hiding a gun is not securing a gun. We know that you may have specific questions about what secure storage looks like in practice. So here are some examples. I also have a handout you can download at besmartforkids.org. Contrary to popular belief, locking up guns does not prevent owners from readily accessing their guns. There is a common myth that storage device negates the self-defense purpose of owning a gun by putting time-consuming barriers between the gun owner and their means of defense. The reality is there are many affordable options for secure gun storage that provide owners with access to guns in a matter of seconds while still preventing access by children and people at increased risk of harming themselves or others. Further, it is possible that unsecured guns may actually increase the likelihood of crime and violence through an increased risk of gun theft. Did you know that at least 2 guns are stolen every 15 minutes? It's important to also remember to lock up any guns in cars. More than half of stolen guns are taken from cars. Just putting a gun under a seat or in the glove compartment wouldn't be considered secure storage. There are car gun boxes available for purchase at many retail and sporting goods stores. Some examples. And here are 3 additional gun storage options at various price points. Cable locks, which I brought one and left over there at my seat, are often available for free. So for example, you can get one, there's an online company called bigwavesinc.org, and they'll send you one for free, and if you make a donation, they'll pay it forward to send free gun locks to other people. Lots of police departments also offer gun locks for free. So the M is model responsible behavior. Every law-abiding adult has the right to decide whether or not to have a gun in the home, but you can't rely on curious kids not to find a gun. Kids know where their parents store their guns, and more than 1/3 reported handling their parents' guns, many doing so without the knowledge of their parents. Nearly a quarter of parents did not know their children had handled the gun in their house. It's always an adult's responsibility to prevent unauthorized access to guns, not a curious child's responsibility to avoid guns. Talk to your kids about gun safety, but remember that's a precaution, not a guarantee. One study found that young children who go through a week-long gun safety training are just as likely as children with no training to approach or play with a handgun when they find one. Modeling responsible behavior means that smart adults make sure that kids don't have the opportunity to access guns. That said, you can't control the environment that your child is in all the time, so you should teach them not to touch a gun if they come across one, real or pretend, and give them the tools to get out of a dangerous situation and to alert an adult. As an adult, it's your responsibility to do everything you can to prevent them from getting in a dangerous situation to begin with. There's also a handout in the Be Smart materials about best practices for talking to children and teens about guns. So A is ask. As we've mentioned, there's approximately 4.6 million US children living in a household with at least one loaded unlocked gun, and that's why you need to ask about firearms in other homes your child visits, the A in SMART. For parents and caretakers in the room, what are some things that you ask about before you might allow your child to go to a friend's or another person's home? Anyone want it? What would you ask about? I ask about food allergies, or food, because my child has a food allergy.
That's what I was thinking. I've had parents ask if we had a gun and if it was secure or not, if we did have one. So I've had that question asked.
Some people might ask about like access to pools. Like, do you have a pool in your backyard? Who's going to be driving? Do they have access to alcohol? All those things. Asking about guns in the home should be as natural as asking about any other safety issue. If it seems awkward at first, try making it part of your general safety conversation. You might try asking via email or text if you're uncomfortable at first. So R. Let's talk about recognizing the role of guns in suicide. The R. Access to a gun can mean the difference between life and death. It's important to consider that firearm suicide is uniquely lethal. 90% of suicide attempts using a gun end in death, and half of suicides in the US are gun suicides, a much higher fatality rate than any other means of self-harm. 70% of people who survive a suicide attempt will never attempt suicide again. We also know that 41% of child suicides involve a gun. As our children get older, you may need to consider taking another look at your storage methods. If you've been using a simple cable lock, you may want to think about getting a gun safe. We all know how curious children can be, so as they get older and more resourceful, you'll need to act accordingly. Also, if you know your loved one is in distress, you might want to consider temporarily removing a gun from your home. So if you consider temporarily removing a gun from your home, how can you do it? Where can you bring it? Local law enforcement may be willing to temporarily store your guns. Some licensed gun dealers or gun ranges may be willing to temporarily store your guns. or you could temporarily store your guns in the home of a friend or family member. To manage risk for that friend or family member, you should lock any guns that you transfer and then not provide the key or code. Depending on the law in your state, the person agreeing to store your guns may first need to get a background check at a gun dealer or through law enforcement. The National Youth Survey conducted by the CDC showed that 20% of high school students had seriously considered attempting suicide within the last year. One study showed that 41% of adolescents in gun-owning households report having easy access to the guns in their home. As we discussed earlier, research shows that secure firearm storage is associated with a decreased risk of child firearm suicide. So the next slide is a repeat, but just worth showing again. As mentioned at the beginning of our conversation, there's important resources to write down or take a picture of in case you or someone you care about needs help. There's handout materials that we have that we can provide with more information about how to get help if you notice warning signs of suicide, which also includes the Suicide Prevention Hotline. And please take note of the new 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. Additionally, if you are a survivor of gun violence, we can connect you to the Everytown Survivor Network. The Everytown Survivor Network is a nationwide community of survivors working together to end gun violence. The Survivor Network connects survivors to each other, amplifies the power of survivor voices, offers trauma-informed programs, provides information on direct services, and supports survivors who choose to become advocates. So our last letter is T. T, tell, that's the power of being smart. So I'm going to challenge you, how will you all commit to being smart today? Sharing the Be Smart message, the way we will save lives, is by spreading awareness. So I'd love for you to take just a few moments and think about who you're going to tell to be smart today. Maybe you could go ahead and text a friend right now if you want to about the message, or think of 3 other organizations besides the Urbana School Board who you think should hear this message. Anyone want to share who they think I should share the message with next? Well, thank you for letting me be here again. You can contact me. I'm our local Be Smart lead, or we have a state Be Smart lead. You can also text SMART to 64433 to be connected to our local group. And thank you so much for letting me be here and do this today. If you have any questions, happy to answer them.
So before we have, I do want to thank Katie. I was not aware of the Be Smart program. Katie approached me as we've been having a lot of conversations in our district about crisis events. We've been living that and breathing it and experiencing it. And as we've been talking about these really difficult conversations with our administrators and teachers, Katie took the initiative to come to me knowing we were talking about the Crisis Go app. So I want to thank you. I want to acknowledge your people who came with you from Moms Demand Action. Thank you guys for being here. Yep. This is a really important topic, and because you're presenting here, and we have a lot of people watching tonight for lots of good reasons, so they're getting the message. But we'll also be linking this in our board update. So all parent, like anyone who looks at our board update on social media, and when we share it out tomorrow, they'll also have access to these slides. So I learned some things tonight, so I just wanted to say thank you for bringing this really important information to us.
Any PTAs, we would love to spread
Yes.
the message. Anybody else that you can think of, please let me know, and I'd be happy to do this same presentation again.
I kind of interrupted questions. But
It's okay. Thanks for jumping in. And any board members with specific questions tonight? All right. Thank you very, very much for this presentation. I learned a lot too. 10.4 is the study topic for Wiley asbestos abatement.
Okay. Hey, John, you have the clicker? Are you going to do all the clicking? Sure. And then. So as we get started, I want to thank the Wiley people who hung to the end. Woohoo! You guys hopefully you are going to be the spokespeople to take the info back to your peeps tomorrow. I know we have a lot of Wiley people watching tonight, so I welcome any staff, parents that are viewing in via YouTube tonight. So I know we are going to share a lot of information, which has kind of already been shared in some of the public comments. Normally we take questions at the end, but I do feel like since we are sharing a lot of information with the board, and some of it is going to be technical, especially when John starts talking, that it probably makes more sense that if you have questions as we go through specific things, to kind of stop us so we don't get to the end and then have to be flipping. I've done this kind of presentation now and talked through it with, you know, Dr. Heinhorst, and I feel like if we jump back and forth between all the slides, it'll get busy. So if you have a question about a map or numbers or HR things, I would encourage board members to kind of stop us there so we can talk about it. I know it slows it down a little bit, but I do think it'll help the flow of the conversation. So is that okay? Okay. Whoops. So I wanted to give just a little bit of background around previous facility committee recommendations. I know David Guth was here tonight and talked about the facility master plan, but this is something that previous facility committees have talked about at length. We had a 2009 full scope master plan under the leadership of Dr. Williams when he was the superintendent. In 2017, Dr. Owen led another fully engaged public facilities committee conversation. And then when I came on as superintendent early on, we had some just preliminary conversations in 2019 and 2020 about some of the master plan facility recommendations. So one of the recommendations all the way back from 2009, which is when we really started kind of renovating our elementary schools. That initial full scope facility plan really set a standard for where we wanted all of our elementary schools to be. At that time, the only building that had really had any remodeling was Leo School. And then King was the first elementary school to be renovated with the model of a multi-purpose room, fine arts suites, a self-standing gym, and some internal upgrades. And at that time, the 2009 committee felt like we needed to bring all of our elementary schools to the same standard. That started, again, with King, then Dr. Williams, and on and on and on to here we are, 2021, 22, 23, and we are in the middle of renovating Thomas Paine with, as we've heard tonight, many people waiting for when it would be finally Wiley's turn to be part of that standard. And that was again discussed in 2017. The board and the facilities committee made a commitment to making sure that funding was going to be set aside to finish TP and Wiley. In 2009 and 2017, there was, even back then, I know we've been talking about enrollment and flat enrollment, and you know, we're not growing in some areas, but even back in 2009, there were conversations about really making sure the district was doing their due diligence to monitor student enrollment. At that time, there were a lot of conversations about building a school north of I-74. That has come up in recent weeks as well. And that was also part of the conversation in 2017 is, do we need to expand north of I-74 for all of our students who have to get on a bus, they don't have access to a neighborhood school, and have to, don't have the ability to walk like so many of their peers do. So that has been an ongoing conversation. In 2017, that full facilities committee brought the idea forward for the first time about reimagining Wiley as a specialized elementary education program. I'm going to talk about that a little later. I call it like a destination location, you know, really making Wiley something special in order to attract more residents, attract more people to want to come and choose to live in Urbana, to really come up with something. When I started as superintendent, Paul and John Dimmitt were still here as part of the facilities committee, and they again charged me with that idea and said, hey, you know, we need to really go back to that. Nothing's really happened with it. I had a very initial, I should have put that on the slide, I had a very initial conversation with Dr. Heinhorst about, hey, let's get a committee together and start talking about that. And then COVID hit, and we were shut down. We were remote for a year. Our priorities kind of shifted to lots of really other important topics, and we did not circle back to this. And since then, we lost couple hundred students left our district because we were remote for a year, where other districts were open. And so we lost, I'd say, a large group of our elementary students went to like private schools and other places who were having school and we weren't. And a lot of those families, unfortunately, have not come back to us. And so we're kind of experiencing this kind of just flat growth, especially at the elementary level. In 2017, the facilities committee also talked about the need for an alternate location for central office. That started in 2009. So there was a list of priorities. Central office and adult ed. It's ironic that we've been talking about the aging crisis of this building since all the way back to 2009, and it's 2023, and we are still here having our meetings. 2017, that came up again, and the conversation really was if central offices moves, really trying to locate adult ed and CO together. Right now, we're in separate spaces, and it's working, and as we've talked about in recent meetings, and we'll talk about here soon again, this building is up for sale, and we're still looking for an official final home for CO. I think adult ed may have found their final home. They are very happy. It's a different space. They're in two different buildings, so I think they're adjusting. But they have moved and have moved on to bigger things as well. My first year or two back, the district had been talking with a group of architects about a project for UMS and UHS called the Campus Land Use Project. So that is something that was a significant amount of money, but not, again, part of that facility master plan. So we've kind of had that project on the back burner. What do you call it? Shovel ready. We have a kind of a scope and a design, but we've not moved forward with a lot of that because the commitment was to finish TP and Wiley first. We were able to do a few of the campus land use things with COVID funds, so we used our ESSER, some of our ESSER dollars to create those outdoor eating spaces. If everyone remembers the last 2 years, that was all the spaces that we touched through that, through the COVID dollars and through the outside eating areas and tents and all of that was part of the campus land use. So if we ever do circle back to that, we'll be able to pick that up and kind of develop those spaces. So I just wanted to provide a little background just to give some perspective of how long we really have been talking about this. Hit me, John. Thank you. So Wiley was built in 1950 with an addition in 1957. So granted, it is not our oldest building. I mean, like, There's some areas at Leo, there's some King School, used to be Hayes School. So there's some buildings that have older spaces, but the Wiley space has been with us since 1950. So in recent years, I think we've had different director of facilities prior to Randy being with us, Oda Dossett. I think we've really intentionally tried to do things over the years to improve the space. However, it has become increasingly difficult to maintain some of the areas within the building beyond just asbestos. So I've spent a little time at Wiley the last few days, and I've talked to Dr. Heinhorst, some teachers, and staff about some of these priority safety issues. This year, this is my 4th year as superintendent. This year, more than ever before, I've received lots of emails from within the Wiley community, from within the Urbana community, from outside the Urbana community, talking about leaking asbestos glue dots, asbestos tile concerns. Dr. Heinhorst has sent us pictures. Other people have sent pictures and said, is this asbestos? So I know it is something that causes anxiety, right? Like, I'm sure people worry about it every day, every time they see something seeping out of the roof. So it is something that I think is a high priority, definitely within the building. The roof has past its life expectancy. There's some dry rot on the roof. There are leaks that are experienced because of the issues with the roof. Some of these are things I should have said earlier that we just haven't spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to replace the roof, because when we touch Wiley for a renovation project, a lot of these things would be part of the remodel. So we've been trying to be strategic about the things that we should fix, can fix, what are life safety issues, but also trying to be fiscally responsible and wait on some of the things that we know would be done through a remodel. So HVAC, there are a lot of HVAC and heat inconsistencies. The hallway heat is not operational in certain parts of the building. Those would be things that when the building is renovated would be fixed. A new boiler, that would be something that would be added through a full renovation. There's some sewer line issues. The sewer lines have sediment in them. There's some water line issues that, there's some areas that need to be replaced. And all of those would be touched or improved or replaced during a renovation. Any questions about that? Okay. Whoops, there was another. Okay. Yeah, it's not the right one. It should be another one about, there we go. Thanks. I was clicking it and you were clicking it. So there are a few other safety, I guess, building concerns around things that we would like to do at Wiley when we remodel, and some things that are not as, I would say, not all safety issues, but definitely things that we need to be considering if we are going to put off renovating the building for 2 or 3 more years, as has been discussed, or actually is kind of what we thought we were going to be doing. So there's some moisture issues in the center of the building. Specifically, the library has some areas. I think those are related to the roof issues, kind of right there in the middle. There's some flush valve issues. Toilets, urinals have to be flushed often to keep those areas passing through and doing what they need to do. There's some air control issues, some coil valve issues, all things that we would be repairing during asbestos removal. I know Randy and his team have tried to do some entry area improvements. There's some sidewalk areas that continue to deteriorate. They've made some small improvements over the years, but significant improvements would cost upwards to $75,000 or more to fix certain areas of those spaces. There's some electrical capacity issues. There's no additional space to add outlets or electrical upgrades. I know John is anxious to do some network capacity building and rebuilding in the building, but the lack of electrical capacity kind of adds to that not being something that we're able to do until we renovate the building. Randy, you have anything you want to add on either of those two? The board have any questions about any of that? Okay. So I know when I went over and talked to the Wiley folks, I said, you know, I know you guys I don't have to talk to you about this because they live it every day. I heard stories, Dr. Heinhorst, I like the way she characterizes the building as sick and talks about how much she needs love and care and attention, and she's right. I didn't realize some of the additional things that I think have been happening even just more recently, right? Like you go into one classroom and it feels like a sauna, and you go into another classroom and the kids have their coats on. So I think there are a lot of those kinds of things. Randy has one or two of his people that are there often because we just trying to keep the building going and trying to keep it as close as we can to the level of what the rest of the schools have, but also creating a sustainable learning environment for the kids and for the teachers that are teaching there. So why are we talking about this now? I know a lot of the comments heard tonight, you know, kind of brought that up. And I shared this with staff, and, you know, I'm just going to be transparent in this space, and I feel like I was pretty transparent with them, is until we met with our financial advisor from Stiefel, and that was honestly precipitated all by the dual language conversation, because we were talking about building a school north of 74 and kind of looking at some of the other things that were being brought up at the board level and from the community. We invited Ann to a November presentation. Katie's going to kind of share a couple of her slides pretty quickly. We, again, were thinking like we always have. We build a building. We've invested all of our facilities projects money up to this point into Thomas Paine. We have the band project happening at the high school. We'll be hearing about that at the next meeting. IGW is going to come and give us an update about the band project. But our process has been, we remodel a building, we save money for 2 or 3 years, and then we touch the next building. So until Ann came and met with us in November, we were really surprised about the bond environment. I know Katie has shared this before. Our facility pay-as-you-go funds have been way more, coming in way higher than what we budgeted and what we anticipate. Thank you, Costco and other places like that who have opened up in Champaign County, and we get the benefit of having that to put towards some of our projects. So that was a big surprise to us, that we could start this process sooner rather than later. Based on just what I shared in those previous slides, we're doing the best we can to keep Wiley up to par so we can have students there and teachers there and keep the amazing community that has been built there going for the past couple of years. But right now, with the current asbestos costs, I know David shared that in his, Mr. Guth, in his public comment. Sorry, I lost that phrase for a minute. That asbestos costs are on the rise. I mean, we've come back to the board multiple times with increased costs. We're going to be doing the same thing next week. Sorry. About some costs related to Thomas Paine. So supply and demand issues, materials, labor, all the things that go into renovating a building are not staying flat and stagnant. Those things continue to go up. And so we feel like we wanted to entertain that conversation. When Ann said, you know, you guys can do this now, you don't have to wait. We said, okay, let's let's talk about that. So we didn't bring it here, and we didn't really do much with it, honestly, because we were still having so many of those conversations around dual language and talking about that. So it wasn't until after break that we came back and we all started doing a little, let's spend some time researching this. So Randy reached out to the asbestos folks that we typically work with, who are our experts, just within the last couple of weeks. And we said we want to get more information. If we can do this, we really want to entertain it and talk about it, and start having that conversation now instead of waiting 2 or 3 years from now. So we know Katie's going to talk about money, and we know we have the ability to do this. So what are the main things that we need to think about? So our next few slides are going to kind of cover these things, right? Like what happens with our students. I know a lot of staff have come forward tonight and talked about what is going to be the process for them. And then ultimately, during this next year, while the building is being abated, what are some creative ways that we can maintain the Wiley community? So, Katie.
So I provided the board with a color version of that so that you could see it a little closer, but this is a document that we bring forward every so often of our future financial planning, but I added some extra details to it just so you could see how we're using the funds that we're accumulating in different areas on what projects we have ongoing, so that you just had some concept that we have a lot of balls in the air and we're doing a lot with the funds that we receive. But Jennifer was right, Dr. Ivory Tatum was right, when she said that our sales tax revenues, our pay-as-you-go dollars, have increased drastically over the last several years, which is in part due to some of the new stores that have been built in town, but also because they started requiring sales tax on like Amazon purchases and local purchases like that, or online purchases. So we were able to revise our estimated sales tax funds, which is really where we're able to fund this abatement through immediately if the board chooses to do so, and then whenever we're ready and have our program plan in place, once the abatement's done, we'll be ready to hit the ground running. We can issue bonds at that time. So I don't know if you had any questions about this specifically, but it just lists out the different funding sources that we have in our coffers in order to do different facility type projects. And then there's just a list of ongoing projects over the next several years, about $3.5 million in surplus sales tax funds that we can apply towards the abatement project. And then the assumptions on this is just the assumptions that's at the bottom of this document so that you can see how we're projecting the different revenue sources. So we do have life safety funds. Those increase approximately 2% annually, but they're part of our tax levy. So in a year that the CPI grows 5%, that source would increase 5%, but that's just a historical average. It also maximizes the non-referendum borrowing potential through 2031, which means that we're maximizing the capacity of our debt service extension base. So we max out as much as we can possibly levy through bonds without having to go back to taxpayers for a referendum. The rolling working cash bonds are another column on this page. We issue about $3 million every 3 years. $1 million of that is earmarked just for technology, which leaves $2 million, which you could see the $2 million is in that column, accumulating whenever those issues take place. We do experience some federal sequestration. Actually, just right now, only with the 2010 bond that we issue, that means that we get a rebate back for some of the interest that we pay on that bond, but then the federal government takes a cut. So I don't know if you need me to walk you through the rest of those, but it's just the assumptions that we're using in putting together these projections. You can see we use historical averages and other conservative estimates to put this together. And then finally, I know there's a lot of information on the screen, but I just want to focus, and I provided these to the board as well. In the box at the bottom corner, there's a box here of different scenarios. And I'm going to walk through those. So currently, we are doing a 67% of revenue borrowing capacity with our alternate revenue source bonds that we're issuing with sales tax dollars. And what that means is that we're earmarking 67% of sales tax towards alternate revenue source bond payments, and the other third we're using for pay-as-you-go projects. And if you read the schedule in detail, you'll see because our revenue projections have grown, we're not even actually leveraging the full 67% that we can. And that's all accumulating for pay-as-you-go projects because we don't have any additional bonds issued against those dollars. So with that said, if we were to continue and issue new bonds at that 67% capacity, down at the bottom are some projections that Ann brought in November, which the market has actually improved. So this is a worst case scenario right now with the current market, that if you were to get bonds somewhere between 4.75% and 5.25%, on a 10-year bond, you could get around $12 million. If you went out for a 15-year payback, you could get up to $19 million with those same interest rates, 19 to 20 million. And like she said, the 4.75 is actually pretty high right now. We're seeing a little bit better than that in the bond market. So right now we can get anywhere from 12 to 20 million with a standard bond issue, still only using 67% of our sales tax funds, leaving the other third available for emergencies or other facility projects that we plan. Now, another scenario that Ann brought forward as well is that we could actually leverage up to 80% or more. I mean, the board could choose to, but another scenario she brought forward is that if we were to increase the amount that we're committing to alternate revenue source bond payments to 80%, you could see even with those same interest rates and payback periods, now we've gone from a 16 million bond issue to up to even 25 million. So those are the dollars that we have in hand if we were to issue an alternate revenue source bond. I just really want to emphasize that the options are really wide open. I mean, you don't have to pick a 10 or a 15. You could pick a 12 and a half. You could pick, there's all sorts of different structures that we can implement within that range. It's just to give you a big picture of the dollars we have available. So this might be, you know, if we can't necessarily just raise the entire school and build something brand new because 25 million isn't going to build that. So I just want to keep that realistic and in check that we have between 12 and 25 million. You know, you may be able to get a little bit more than that if the interest rate environment is positive, and you know, hopefully not less than that. But you know, right now the Thomas Paine project that we're doing to add a gymnasium, another strand of classrooms, fine arts rooms, that's around 20 million. So that gives you a ballpark for what that type of project costs for that amount of space.
And we didn't include it in these slides, but I did reach out to Scott, and just with the current market of what they're seeing in terms of costs at Thomas Paine, Scott confirmed that, and we just asked him, you know, years ago they put together kind of a scope of what, you know, what Wiley would look like with the new gym and the multi-purpose and the fine arts suites. And so he just went back to that old design, and I don't even remember what year it was from. And he did say that to bring Wiley to the standard of what we've done at Thomas Paine, maybe not with all of the additional classrooms, it would be between $20 and $25 million in our current buyer's market. So we would have the funding to do that. Yep. I am going to go back though, because I just realized that I forgot a slide. Sure. I think John and I must have both been clicking at the same time. So we didn't talk about this slide to really share out. You know, Randy worked with someone from Ideal just in the last 2-3 weeks. Yeah. After the break, we had him come over and really talk to us about what would an asbestos abatement cost study really look like for Wiley. So the current costs that he gave us, and again, these are preliminary, are $1.5 million. And Katie just shared that we would have the ability right now with our pay-as-we-go funds to be able to do that in the next year, if that was something the board decided to do. What the costs, that $1.5 million don't include is we have to go in then and bid everything and design it all and do samples. So they go through the building, they collect samples, they inspect everything, and that takes a little bit of time. I know someone tonight said, can we do this in the summer? Could we do this over a break? It's just too much. The scope of the project is well beyond any other asbestos abatement project that we've entered into up until this point. There's asbestos in the floors, in the ceilings, in the pipes. We'd have to get full new windows for the whole building. And that 1.5 million does not include the asbestos glue dots that are currently in the gym floor. So that's something that if the board decided, you know, we wanted to remediate the gym floor also, then that number would be a little bit higher. Again, I think the reason we are coming to you with this now is basically what David Goop said. Asbestos abatement is not cheap, and the costs for it continue to rise. So our thought is, while we have the money available, that it was worth having the conversation now, before we get too far into the school year, and it would be too late for us to talk about it at that point. We also, you know, we've been saying for, gosh, 10 years probably. I don't know how many times, I should have kept a tally for every time in the last few months, as we were talking about dual language, that someone came and made a public statement about the fact that we're going to have to close Wiley for a year. We've been saying that for 10 years probably, that whenever we abated Wiley, we'd have to close it for a year, which is one of the reasons why we spent the several $1 million that we spent to add all the additional classrooms at Thomas Paine, which we're going to talk about that in a few minutes. So unfortunately, this isn't a project that we could do during the summer months. It is a project where we are going to have to close, empty the building, store everything for a year, and they're literally going to be inside the building for a minimum of 6 months, just doing the actual abatement. So, I mean, we could start that as soon as possible in June or July, if that is something the board decided to do, but it definitely would be something that would go well into the school year. So I missed that slide, and that was kind of an important one. Okay. So now we're going to shift a little bit and talk about some of our student enrollment. And this is actually, we usually don't have board members present with us, but this is Paul's slide that he created to share with board members probably in November or December about our elementary enrollment trends. So.
Yeah, so we're looking at here are the, I asked for basically a year-by-year list of the enrollment numbers for each building, as well as a listing of which classrooms in our district were being used for dual language and how many kids were each in those. So what you're looking at here, and these were taken from the May enrollment numbers. So these weren't from the 6-day numbers or early in the year. These were at the end of each of these school years. And so you can see that the top yellow line there is DPW. The red line that on the left is on the top, but then goes lower is Leo, etc. The long blue line that starts in the lower left and ekes up toward the upper right is an amalgamation of all the dual language students in the district. So they don't represent a building in and of themselves. It was just a way to try to visualize the kind of proportion of our overall student enrollment are enrolled in dual language program, not differentiating between native language speakers and native Spanish speakers and native English speakers. And the line, so the line at the bottom is the population at Wiley. It started around 200, bopped up to 300, and then has trended downward and then up again going into 2022. There was another graph I sent out that had the overall total population of the district over that same period of time, and it was 2,000 students plus or minus 50 that whole time, with a recent drop due to COVID and a slight bounce back last year.
Thank you, Paul. So I think what this graph also shows us is if you look back to 2014, we are kind of almost in the same place in most of our buildings. Yes, there have been some up and downs in between, but I think the reason I kind of wanted to include this is, you know, we keep using the phrase flat enrollment, and this really does kind of show that our enrollment just hasn't grown at the elementary level in recent years. So Kim is gonna just talk a little bit about
district enrollment.
Okay. So yeah, as we looked at the previous slide, we saw the examples of the enrollment staying flat over the past several years. And the current enrollment, when you look from one elementary school to the other, you'll see a significant variation in our enrollment, and in some schools, for example, in King and with Thomas Paine, with the additions, we have empty classroom spaces. King with the not having preschool there, and we're currently at 292. Leal at 379, Thomas Paine 278, Wiley at 243, DPW at 434, and Yankee Ridge at 409. And so with the newly renovated spaces at Thomas Paine, if we do not make any changes next year, we will have classrooms that remain empty next school year. And next, John will detail how that looks and some possibilities as we examine our maps.
And before John does that, I just wanted to remind the board of the DPW cap. So, you know, we capped DPW in 2016 at 450. So they typically stay around that 450 level. We could honestly have 600 kids at Dr. Williams right now, because that isn't one of the only areas that is experiencing growth because of the neighborhood and the rental property and the ability to access cheaper housing. But we don't do that because that would put tremendous stress on the Dr. Williams staff to have a building of that size in an elementary school. So we capped them several years ago. I also wanted to point out Yankee Ridge's numbers include about 80 students that we call it overflow from Dr. Williams to Yankee Ridge, because Yankee Ridge is experiencing the opposite. You know, when we remodeled Yankee Ridge and added those additional classroom spaces, there were way more families and way more kids in that neighborhood. But the city, working with some of the real estate folks, closed a couple of the lower income housing units, which I absolutely support, should have been closed in the Silver Water area. Those have not been reopened to families yet. I know there's some rental properties on Philo Road that have been experiencing some transitions. So unfortunately, that shifted a lot of students who were walkers to Yankee Ridge, who are now living more so in the Prairie Green, Rainbow View areas, because that lower income housing shifted from right there a couple blocks away from Yankee Ridge to other parts of our community. So I just wanted to, I know that number for Yankee Ridge looks really, really high, but it's high because they have a large number of Dr. Williams students that are there. So I don't know if Kim wanted to add anything else.
Just to make sure we're clear, and yeah, if we were to make any changes, I don't know if you mentioned this, Yankee Ridge would also have that similar cap, just like DPW, where we would not exceed that.
Yes. Okay, John has got the next few, all the technical ones.
So again, stop me if you have any questions. So when we started looking at this a couple weeks ago, we wanted to be very cognizant of making sure that we came to you with a comprehensive plan. So I know it's important to get feedback, but we want to have a balance of coming with a plan and also getting feedback, so we're not just bringing nothing to the table. So we started out looking at the current attendance boundaries for the district. All of those blue dots represent all of the Wiley students. So the Wiley attendance boundaries are currently, there's the Wiley neighborhood attendance boundary, that's the area right there, kind of around the school. There's the North Wiley attendance boundary, that's kind of on the North Cunningham area. All of these students are currently bused or driven to Wiley, so those students are already bused. And then there is actually a kind of rural South Wiley attendance area that has a small number of students. So looking at where the current students were, we were able to kind of make some determinations about moving forward, what we would be able to do with those. So 46% of the current students live in the Wiley adjacent attendance area. 36% of the current students live in the North Wiley attendance area. About 7% of the students live in the DPW attendance area, and 4% of the students live in the Leal attendance area, and 3% in Thomas Paine, with a small number in the other schools as well. So when we look at the available seats at the schools and where we have availability, we were able to look at the current classroom caps. We didn't want to max any classrooms out, so we put a buffer in for those. But even with the buffer at King, there are currently 72 available seats. Leal has 49 available seats in classroom. Thomas Paine has 80 seats available in classroom. DPW has 22, and Yankee Ridge has 73. And those last two are based on the building caps because they have more available space in each of the classrooms, but we did not want to push those buildings over the 450.
And,
So,
and John,
and-
can you mention that those are the rising, no fifth graders in those numbers?
Yes, this was kindergarten through fourth grade. We did not take into account the graduating fifth graders because they will be at the middle school next year. We do have some preliminary numbers for incoming kindergartners, but we didn't include those because those always kind of change at the beginning of the year after people move around and they're in different areas. So going back to kind of the place where we have empty seats, it does track very well with the schools that have had over the past 5 years, kind of the trending down enrollment is where there are more available seats than the other schools. So based on that, we took the map of attendance areas just to get some counts of where students, Wiley students currently live. And so we broke them down into 1A, which is the northeast corner of the Wiley neighborhood, has about 60 students. 1B, which is the southwest half of the Wiley neighborhood area, has about 35 students. There's currently 15 students who live in the DPW area. And then on the North Wiley attendance area, on the east half, 2B, there's about 36 students. And on the west half, 2A, there's about 38 students. And then there are 22 students who live in other attendance areas around the district, Leal, and the other district attendance areas, Yankee Ridge. So one of our proposed scenarios for placing those students is that for the north half of the Wiley area, those students could go to Thomas Paine, which is right about here where that cursor is, if you can see that. Down Florida. The students in the 1B area who are a little closer to Yankee Ridge could go there, which is about where the cursor is here. The DPW students could return to their home attendance area. The students in 2B who are currently being bused to Wiley could be bused to Thomas Paine since there's some additional capacity there. And the students in 2A, some of those are in the walking zone for King at kind of the edge of the walking zone. Some of them are outside of the walking zone for any of the district schools. But those students could be given the choice of if they wanted to attend King or wanted to attend Thomas Paine. The other students in the 0 areas could be rehomed to their home attendance area. So I did also want to point out, as Ms. Jansen mentioned earlier, this is not meant to be a redistricting plan. I think we've talked about redistricting in this space. We're not looking to do redistricting in this space, but we do want to be mindful of making sure that students are not getting moved further away from the schools that they're closest to, and so that we're trying to make things as convenient for families as possible without doing anything beyond that.
Are all the students who are attending Wiley outside of the Wiley attendance area, are they all petitions?
We did look into that. There are some SPED students, it is predominantly petitions, and the SPED students who are in those areas, they're not there for a specific special ed need, so there would be space for them at other schools as well.
And a couple maybe have been overflowed over the years, I think.
Some would have moved later at some point, and the DPW was already at cap. So yeah, a few different scenarios.
I'm just curious about the transportation for parents because I know in my neighborhood, where I live at, students go to Wiley, but then in the first block, they would go to a different school. They would go to DPW. So it's kind of different on how that works. So I was just curious, would it be up to parents to get the students to the schools? Or would we be able to provide the busing for them, for the Wiley students who are being displaced for this year?
That is a great question, and I'll skip ahead just a couple slides to answer that. So this slide shows the current walking areas for the other schools in the district. So this green area up here is King. As you can see, and as we did before, this is based on a approximation of orthogonal streets, so that it's 1.5 miles north and south, but it's a little closer as you go diagonal and you have to kind of jig-jog. But this King area has a little kind of notch out because of Crystal Lake Park and some hazard areas. But Leal, Yankee Ridge, Thomas Paine, and DPW all currently overlap the Wiley School for their current walking areas. In the neighborhood, almost all, more than half of the students are within one of the walking areas for at least 3 of those other schools. These students who are up here, who are not in the busing area, or not in a walking area for any school, would still not be in a walking area for those schools.
So they would get busing, Brenda, is what, yeah.
Yes. So, so there wouldn't be anybody who would be moving into busing who would be unavailable to walk, who was able to walk before. We had talked about having some additional crossing guards in place and some additional options for families who want to walk. We want to make things as convenient for everybody as possible to get to school and
Yeah,
home.
I think that's great because there's a lot of busy roads, and I remember it's like if they have to cross one of those busy intersections, you have to have adamant coverage, so.
Yep.
Yeah, there's several DOT hazards that we take into consideration when we're looking at those. So they don't get bussed across or they don't walk across the interstate. So I will go back. So this slide has a lot of information. So I'm going to walk through this. This top section is the current available gen ed seats at each building. So we excluded some self-contained special ed programs and dual language programs to just consider the open gen ed seats. So as you can see looking across here, there are, this is by grade level, so these are the open gen ed seats at each grade level. The total available, as we mentioned on one of the previous slides, is here. So King 72, Leal 49. This is just a sum of all of those. We didn't want to look at the total, except where that 450 cap was in place. So looking at the current students who are at Wiley right now, if we subtract those current students in the scenario where we placed students in those zones, as we described there, this is what it would bring the available seats down to for the next year for grades 1 through 5 for the incoming students next year of 1 through 5. So most of the buildings in that scenario would take those kids into their building and still have additional space for classrooms. Some of them have more space and some of them have a little less. Thomas Paine, where we had built those additional classrooms, we do have space to open additional classrooms for those students so that we're not pushing things right to the limit and we still have smaller class sizes. So here where there's that -18, -19, and -8, those would actually all be in the positive teens still with the addition of that extra classroom. Any questions about this slide? We talked about busing, and I'm going to let Dr. Ivory Tatum talk about some of the extra space we have.
So this, just to remind board members, what we're looking at is the current, is the new, not current, new layout that is currently being built at Thomas Paine. So if you look over there to the left, those blue, that blue shaded area, or well, basically the whole map shows the blue shaded areas, the new spaces. So there are 8 new classrooms there on the left, which again, in planning for the Thomas Paine project, we knew at some point we would be remodeling and renovating Wiley and have to relocate kids. So we intentionally put additional classrooms there to anticipate that. You can also see the other areas in the building that are new, like the gym and the fine arts suites, but we're not really talking about those today. So based on the previous slide that John just shared with you, the 117 students, I think it's 117, right, John? Yes, so the 117 students, we just wanted to kind of show you you can go back to Thomas Paine, what that is going to mean for this space. I know Mr. Majors had a stand-up meeting today with the Thomas Paine people, you know, at his building to kind of talk about this. I've let all the elementary principals know about this conversation because it does impact everybody, as you can see. We're going to be possibly, if we move forward, sending, maybe not huge numbers of kids to other buildings, but every other building will be receiving some students. And I know Angie's going to talk about what that's going to look like for staff. So off to the right, the number of classrooms that we need based on the chart that John just walked through with us, I've kind of listed those there. It includes kindergarten because, again, we do have preliminary numbers from early childhood, Head Start. We have kindergarten screening day, or what do we call it, registration day in April. So we'll find some more kindergartners out there who we don't know about, but for the most part, those numbers that we get from UECS are usually close. So we know we can project that we're going to need 4 kindergartens, and that'll include basically quite a few, about 30 kindergartners coming from Wiley, the Wiley walking area, and then about 30 kindergartners that would be going to Thomas Paine. So if we were to do this next year, we would use 4 Ks. We would, out of those 4 first grade classrooms, we would be using 3 of them out of the 3. So again, remember we intentionally made K1 4-strand, and then all the other grades are going to be 3-strand. We wanted to put, we like to focus and make sure our class sizes can be smaller at those early learning literacy levels. So we like to do that for K1. And then moving up to 2nd grade, based on the chart John showed you, there was a blue box there for 2nd grade. So we would be using all 3 of those 2nd grade classrooms. But then when we get into a couple of those intermediate grades, we don't have enough 3rd graders projected to need all 3 of the classrooms at Thomas Paine, so we would be utilizing 2 of them. We would need all 3 of the 4th grades, and we would not need all 3 of the 5th grade classrooms. We would use 2 of them. So like John said, we incorporated a little cushion. This does not reflect us taking all of these classes to the class size max. We would not want to do that. But it does, I think, show the board and the public the fact that we, even relocating 117 kids here, we're still going to have some available classrooms for growth or to use for other things. So if we relocate staff members here, they're going to need spaces. Typically what happens at the elementary level is like special education teachers, literacy specialists, related service specialists can share a classroom. So in some spaces, you might have 2 or 3 Title I or a special ed person. I know at Thomas Paine right now they have 3 Title I people in one room. And so that might be a way that we would utilize those, maybe that extra first grade or that extra 3rd or 5th. But as of right now, based on our projections, we would not be using those classrooms as classrooms for kids. Does that make sense? Okay. Any questions about that? Yes.
Oh, it's kind of more, maybe more for John.
John, yeah.
But going back to your slide with the blue dots and where they potentially might move to, you know, this slide, yes. Did you take into account which grade each of those blue dots is going to be into?
Yes, we did. So we used geocoding and pulled their latitude and longitude to get like geofencing for those students. So those numbers at the bottom are all based on the students in those individual areas by grade level.
So if you look at this, Ravi, I'm glad you had us go back to that one, to the chart, John. So the blue boxes show the classrooms that, based on the number of projected first graders, second graders, and fourth graders, we need to tap into some of those additional spaces at Thomas Paine. That's what that negative number reflects. Does that make, okay. 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 Questions about this? Okay. Student transitions. So, as John mentioned, I don't know that I need to go in any more in depth. I think we were really trying to be intentional and logical about where we had students attend next year. We wanted students to be as close to a school they could walk to. I know it's not their neighborhood school because the Wiley family, of course, is their community, but it would at least get families close to where they'd be, so we wouldn't be hopefully touching them again through the redistricting process next year. You know, the Wiley boundaries, as you can see on that map, are kind of all over Urbana. And so as we talk about redistricting, as we move some student boundary attendance areas, there might be some families who their block or their couple blocks gets moved into another district. So we would definitely make sure that those families have if we relocate someone to King and they really want to stay at King, then we want to give them the opportunity to say, hey, you get to stay here and you don't have to move again. If your street is redistricted to Leo or something like that. So I just want to say that out loud in case there are families that are wondering about that, thinking, okay, you're going to move me here. And then if we touch if we touch a space that impacts you, then you'd have to move again. And that would not be the case unless the family wanted to. We are going to continue to offer petitioning. So if there are families who are not wanting to be where we kind of logically think they should attend based on where they live, all families continue to have the opportunity to petition. That's just the Urbana way, and we've done that for many years, and that's not going away. We will, if this happens, really try to tap into our elementary principals, work with Dr. Heinhorst, and some of our other programming to make sure that any families being moved have an opportunity to go visit those spaces. I've asked elementary principals to be cognizant of, welcoming those families into any springtime events they might be having, end of the year events. So I just wanted to kind of mention that. Right now, ASCCP is here because the numbers at Wiley and Thomas Paine have not been large enough to sustain ASCCP program that is all their own. So the ASCCP program has shifted. So 1 year it's been at Wiley, 1 year it's been at Thomas Paine. I think this year it's at Thomas Paine. Is that right, Jennifer? And just for equity reasons, right? Like, you know, like there are Wiley families that have to go over there, but then there's a year where the Thomas Paine families have to go to Wiley. So we would not have to do that. You know, that whole program would stay at ASCCP. So what are some of the benefits? And I know this was mentioned tonight, and I know it's hard to hear, but we are in the midst of a significant teacher shortage. You can't turn on the TV or read the paper without hearing about the workforce shortage that's impacting literally everybody. So we have a lot of long-term subs and a lot of open positions this year, and more coming because it's hard to be a teacher right now. It's just hard to be in education. And so we still have people resigning and leaving education and going into doing other things. And so yes, it will provide access to certified and qualified educators for more kids in the district. So Dr. Heinhorst is always raving about how wonderful her staff is and how amazing they are. So this would give us 1 year where some of those really qualified veteran and highly qualified new teachers would be in other spaces, kind of filling those gaps that we currently have. The kids at Wiley, we've already talked about their facility. They right now they eat lunch where they have PE, where they have recess. They do a lot of things in their spaces. Dr. Heinhorst, I know I keep mentioning her name, has done a fantastic job taking that old building and making it look great. The staff cleaned it up cosmetically. If you go over there, you don't feel like you're in a 1950s building, right? But they've done a great job. But again, it still has its limitations. So for that next year, the Wiley students would have the opportunity to be in some of those improved fine art spaces and gym spaces. I already talked about the ASCCP stabilization. I know Wiley is utilizing a different technology system, but the teachers there would be able to have access to, I can't remember what they are, ViewSonic boards that the other teachers at the other elementaries are using. High impact tutoring, you guys have heard about that, is something that is at several of the other elementary schools. And then redistricting. So I already shared this, but I'll say it again because I think there is this misnomer that this is really redistricting kids, and it isn't. We really don't see it as that. We see it as we're strategically placing students, hopefully relocating them once, and then if there are changes through the other redistricting process that will happen publicly through a full scope committee, hopefully any families impacted will have the opportunity to stay, or we'll work with them about what they would like to do. HR.
So I changed the title of this slide tonight after hearing our Wiley staff to human considerations as opposed to staffing considerations. The board has a really difficult decision, really difficult conversations to make in moving forward because of the Wiley family that have been here tonight, and these are the human considerations that we need to think about. HR has reviewed all open positions, vacancies, and upcoming retirements, resignations, along with just natural attrition. And we are very confident in saying that we have a place for all of our Wiley staff members. However, just because we have a place for them doesn't mean that they will stay, right? So that is something for us to consider, and we can't predict that. This restructuring may help staffing shortages district-wide. It is true. We do have a lot of vacancies. We have a lot of long-term sub-positions and for teachers that 5 years ago would have never happened. We had a teacher resign this week. I guess this week was yesterday. So it's happening. People are leaving the fields. We have administrators wanting to leave the field. It's just hard. And so this might be enough to put some people over the edge to leave. But we don't necessarily, in all of our spaces, a long-term substitute. I'm not saying that they're not the best choice for our students, because we have some very qualified folks that in some cases are stronger than our licensed staff, but they are not, they have not gone to school to be in the position that they are and to specifically have the training and certification for our students. And so this could help us in terms of staffing shortages and long-term substitute positions. So we would be able to fill those open positions and vacancies with licensed trained educators across the district. We have very fine staff members at Wiley, and it would make my job a lot easier, but it's not about me. This would potentially be a savings of approximately $1 million in salaries and benefits from the Ed Fund for the 23-24 school year only. Within just the last couple of weeks, HR was tasked to look at every staff member at Wiley, and we have a little spreadsheet. And so what we did was we looked at each person. We looked up their licensure in Ellis. So that's through the Illinois State Board of Education to see what different people were certified in. And then we did an exercise for options for placement. We feel good about having options, not just, a notification of assignment, but having options for folks, with the exception of the librarian. Right now, I don't have an open librarian position. There are definitely rumors all the time circulating around the district about different folks leaving, moving, trying something else. But right now, I can tell you that I don't have an open position. We're looking at clerical staff. We're looking at ASCCP staff, PE staff, art, music, lunchroom, social worker. It's not just teachers and teaching assistants that we're looking at. We're looking at Dr. Heinhorst. We're looking at all of our folks to see what different options we would have for them. And what we would do, and it hasn't been done yet just because we don't want to cause any alarm, is we would send out an interest survey to all staff members to see what they might be interested in doing, to see if any of their interests matches up with the options for placement that I have in front of me, and see if we have any matches. And then in addition to that, we would hold one-on-one meetings with every staff member to talk to them about these options, to see if any of them sound appealing, because we can't afford to lose anyone from our district right now. And so I'll just kind of talk in my world, in the HR world, we are in a very short timeline, because we would need to find out the interest of our staff, and we would also want to have those one-on-one meetings. That's critical in terms of staff retention. If staff don't feel valued and don't feel like they have a place, a voice in determining where they will be next year, that's when people start looking for other places of employment. So the reduction in force, since I've been in my position, we have not had to riff teachers in terms of just not having enough, or just having too many teachers. That's not something that's in my reality. Our current RIFs are more so for grant-funded programs or for enrollment based on needs at adult ed. And so the RIF deadline is March 1st. In the event that we would need to RIF because we had too many teachers, that is the deadline to keep in mind. And it's not, and it has to be before that, because there's a lot of paperwork involved with our district attorney to notify people if they are RIFed. So again, I do not believe we would need to RIF any of our staff from Wiley at all. It's just that that is something I can't guarantee. And we would again meet with staff to determine their placements And then after that, principals would be able to post for other open positions. So we do have some positions posted right now in other elementary buildings that were posted prior to this conversation. I do think that it is, our responsibility as administrators and good stewards of the tax dollars to bring these difficult conversations to the board for further discussion. So that's my part of the timeline. And so, Dr. Ivor Tatum, I don't know, you want to transition back?
So we would definitely, if we can do it sooner than April, that would be great to allow families to have plenty of time to plan and for all the things that they have to plan for, right? Childcare and pick up and drop off and work schedules, all those things. We would want to do that no later than April, but if we could do it earlier, that would be great. I already mentioned we really want to spend the month of May making sure that any Wiley families that would be moving have an opportunity to go visit those new schools. We would have some intentional meet and greet nights just for them to go and visit those new spaces. And then that gives us some time before all the craziness with registration and all of that starts at the end of the year to work with First Student so they are aware of the transportation changes that we would need. So that was a lot of information, I know, and it took a while for us to get through it all, but I wanted to kind of go through it slowly and not rush. So based on all of those things, the timeline for asbestos, the costs, the ideas for shifting students, making sure that we're really taking into the wants and needs of the staff of where they would be. Our recommendation is that the board consider approving the costs and scope of work for us to move forward with abating and removing the asbestos from Wiley for next year and closing the school in order to be able to do that for the year. Again, we've been talking about redistricting a little bit here tonight, and it has been happening over the past few months with other conversations we've been having. So I just want to be very upfront, and the board can tell me no right now, we don't want to do this, or say yes, move forward. But I am not going to be making these decisions. I am not going to be the one moving kids around. John is very technical and can do all the stuff, right? I cannot do that, and I think John could probably do it for us. However, I do think it would be important for us to bring in some outside consultants who have the expertise and knowledge around doing this work. I am a part of a couple different superintendent groups, the IESA, Illinois Association of Superintendents, and our LUDA group, the large urban district. And so I've been reaching out to other superintendents trying to find out who have they worked with to do some of this work. The first group there is RSP, very highly recommended. There's some really challenging districts have used them, like Indian Prairie, like Aurora and Naperville. Some of those areas have had tremendous booms and growth and have had to do this multiple times. Rock Island worked with them. I want to say Rockford. So some really diverse communities have worked with them, communities much larger than us. So I'd like to reach out to them. We used Cropper several years ago when Dr. Owen was here. We had a full demography report from them. And so we're familiar with them. That report is kind of out of date at this point and didn't really develop the way I think they projected it would. But they are also very reputable. Rolf Campbell is another one. We have worked with the RPC GIS planners right here in our community. So I do want to be transparent with the board. We have worked now with an equity outside consultant. We're working with a dual language outside consultant to do the program evaluation for dual language. And I have not asked for cost proposals from any of these folks yet. I wanted to bring the conversation here first and see what the wishes of the board might be. But I can say that even just to do anything for us, we would definitely be looking at about $20,000 to $40,000 easily, which is what we're seeing from the outside facilitators who come in and do this work with us. I would recommend that. I know these are very emotional topics and really hard conversations, and I want to be part of the process, but I do not want to be the one making the decision and having the final word. So I want to have some experts come in and do that together with us, with a full committee of people from the community, a teacher, parent, admin from every school, and some other community representation. When we have had full, I mentioned in 2009, 2017, we've had those full, I think, Paul, did you lead one or you were on one? We had people who were just community folks who were part of that that group. I do think anyone who is involved in that process should be a stakeholder of the district in some way, and to be able to really have a objective voice and neutral, really bringing creative ideas to the group. And just also in the spirit of transparency, I included this slide. I know this slide has generated a lot of angst and anxiety for our Wiley friends here, and for folks back at the school. We heard that tonight through the public comments. But again, I felt like it was really important for us to just put all the cards on the table and just realize that as we're closed and as the abatement process would be happening, these are things that I think would be being discussed. Of course, we would consider reopening Wiley as a 6 neighborhood elementary school as it is right now. We've been talking about this destination Reimagine Wiley idea since 2017. We really didn't move forward with it. But there are a lot of things out there, like International Baccalaureate. I included Balanced Calendar because it's something that has come up in the past. I don't know if our community would really want that. STEAM academies, math academies. We have a phenomenal fine arts program in our district, a fine arts academy. I think there are a lot of things that we could talk about with this group and with a lot of people at the table around what we might reimagine the space to be. But we need to do something to attract people to this community. And right now, that is not, what we're doing is not doing that. So I think, when that was discussed several years ago, it was due to enrollment, and I think it's something that should be on the table to talk about again through the next year. I know the whole school dual language has been discussed a lot. I included it as a bullet. Just honestly, I included it because if I did it, then people would say, why didn't you put it on there? So it is there because it is something that has come up. And again, just for the spirit of transparency, I felt like it needed to be there because that'll be something that people will want to talk about. I also have heard a lot in the last year. Anybody who's been to our middle school sees that having 1,000 10, 11, 12, 13-year-olds in one space is hard, and it is harder than it has ever been before. And so there have been lots of conversations about how we could relieve the congestion at UMS, whether that might be a 6th grade center, whether it might be something where we pull out the whole dual language strand. I don't know. These are just very initial ideas, and I'm sure there are other things that have not even made the list because they've not been thought of yet. But I think putting a group of really smart people together and people who are committed to growing Urbana and making it the best it can be may come up with a lot of other ideas that aren't on this list. I included new central office location only because it has been discussed since 2009. I didn't want that facility conversation that has happened previously to not be represented. I am not recommending that that's what we should do is, you know, I don't want Carla Schroeder coming to look for me like if we close Wiley and then put central office there. No way. So, but I included the bullet because I just wanted to make sure it is represented that we will need a new central office location at some point. I am not saying that that is what we need to be doing with that, with the Wiley land or the green space there, but it definitely is something this board is going to have to talk, not this board, but the next board will have to talk about in the years to come. So last slide, I want to end on a very positive note. We have heard tonight about all the wonderful things that make Wiley Wiley. And we want to do what we can to maintain the strength of this community. I don't know all the ways that we will be able to do that if we close the school next year. You've heard about the commendable status. You've heard about just the family relationships and connections that exist there. They are real. And so while the school is closed, if the board decides to do that, I can work with building leaders, Dr. Heinhorst, PTA, whoever we need to kind of think of some creative ways that we might be able to keep the Wiley family connected through the project. That might be an ice cream social at the beginning of the year, or, let's have a day at the park before school opens just to kind of see how the summer went, or a end of the year picnic, or just different ways that we can work together to kind of help while that year of planning and year of decision making is happening, until a decision is made about what happened with the remodeled school or renovated school or new program, whatever it might be. We would try to keep that community connected however we can. So that is, I think, the last slide. Questions, comments?
It's time for questions and discussion, guys. Who wants to go first? Go ahead, Robbie.
I have a question for Randy Ashman. Yeah, Randy.
Yes, sir.
So, the question I have is, how do you physically separate abatement with full renovation of the school? Because if you're ripping off the walls, the floors, the ceilings, and also, let me rephrase that question. How do you separate abatement from full renovation of the school, as well as what the ultimate goal of that building is going to be? Because if you rip off the floors, ceilings, and walls, and you're only doing abatement, you're going to put back floor, ceilings, and walls. But I think those floor, ceilings, and walls might look different depending on what the ultimate goal of the building is. And also, if you have to redo all the electrical and networking lines for internet, et cetera, I think that's also easier to do when there's no walls on the walls. If you're doing electrical or plumbing, HVAC system.
It'd be similar to what we're doing at Thomas Paine. We would just bore holes through the walls for the electrical, networking, and plumbing. As far as the asbestos removal, I believe all the flooring's already been done, so we don't have to touch the flooring, except for the gym floor, maybe a couple offices that are like one-offs, but there won't be any like complete wall tear-outs.
So I think what he's asking is a lot of it is asbestos glue dots, which
that's in about probably half of the ceiling tiles. So we would have to replace the ceiling tile when we're done.
a lot of pipes, but you don't have to tear down the whole wall to
Yeah,
get to a
a lot of
pipe.
it's in the piping in the tunnels of the building, underneath the building, and the stuff in the building is exposed pipes, or it's in the ceiling where they can still access it and remove the insulate or the asbestos.
And I would add, having been through this more than a dozen times now. The first step is always pretty much the same. Would you agree with that?
Yeah,
Regardless of what the end goal is, the first step is always
remove the asbestos.
What I'm getting at is, would this then roll directly into the renovation project where it's butted up against each other, or would potentially Wiley reopen for a year and then do renovations or whatever?
Oh, that's a good question. So we talked
You know,
with.
it seems like they would butt together.
Yeah, they would. So what we talked to Scott about from IGW is it's just February. We want to not wait until August or September to start having these conversations. So we really want to pull that committee together, start talking now, because you guys have kind of lived through that timeline. We need to do concept design, design development, program design. So all of those are things that take a few months, but I think the front end of the conversation is something that could start fairly soon about what the scope of what the building would be. It's not going to take a whole year to decide that. This current board won't be the people deciding that, unfortunately. The new board would be, because they'll be here in May. But those are beginning level conversations. It's not going to take a whole year of meeting to figure out what we would like, what stakeholders and what everybody envisions the new Wiley to be. And it would be very much a project. Whatever we decided to do, it would be very much a project like what we've done at Thomas Paine, where we could work on have 2 summers, a school year. It's a way easier project when there's no kids there. One thing that Scott said, once a decision was made about what we would be doing with the space, we could plan the abatement project as such. So they could abate part of the building, close it, and then the construction folks could go in and start kind of backwards working behind the asbestos project as they move. So there could be work once a decision is made around what the new building might be designed to be, or if it's going to just follow our renovation model that we've used and return to a 6 elementary. Once they leave a space to touch it for the abatement, then we could come in and they could start doing some of that construction. So they would kind of butt up against each other.
So let's say, hypothetically, we decide to keep Wiley as a 6th elementary school. When would the disbanded students and teachers potentially be able to go back? Would that actually then be 2 school years?
It could be. Katie's saying no, but I think it could be in terms of what the scope of the project might be.
Yeah, I think it depends on the total.
It just depends.
How long the programmatic planning process winds up taking. But in our initial look at it, the time frame was 2 summers and a school year. So it would only be 1, but that was without, delays.
Without the abatement process happening first, yeah.
Well, it included the abatement happening concurrent with the program planning. So if we were to initiate abatement right away, then it would be 2 summers in the school year, along with the concurrent programmatic planning, so that as soon as the programmatic planning and design are completed, they can immediately start construction when abatement's finished.
She's wanting to jump in.
I'm gonna jump
Yeah,
in.
Seeing if you're done.
Well, I had some other things I was just going to say about this.
Go ahead.
All right. So, first off, I will just say a couple of things. One, on the very first slide, there was a comment about taking Wiley and making something special. I would just say for the people of Wiley, they probably take offense to that because they feel like they're already special.
They are special.
Yes. I mean, that's a statement you made. To make Wiley something special. So, then, the other thing I got to say is I apologize to the Wiley community for not wearing my Wiley t-shirt today, but I had to wear a Moms Demand Action t-shirt because of the Be Smart thing, and I'm one of their members technically. So then the next thing I will say is I would like to congratulate the district administration on putting together this presentation, because last May, when we were talking about dual language, and I was like, well, we need to know where all the students are going to go, what's the class size is going to be in all the other schools, et cetera. We never heard that information, ever. But here in like 2 to 3 weeks, it sounds like you have figured it all out for Wiley. So good job on that. Because that is a comprehensive plan. And that is what we needed. The next thing that I think is very important to know is, you know, if you're talking about disbanding all the students and teachers and staff, there's going to be a lot of early retirements, and people just don't like it and look for other jobs, et cetera, as you know. I think the thing that all these folks are wondering in emails and questions, et cetera, verbal conversations, is the real goal just to close Wiley? So, I mean, I think I've heard that is not the goal, but it is clearly one of the, or 7 of the 8 possibilities. So, I think if we're really going to be, I mean, you're basically going to close it if you're going to disband all these people, because bringing them back together in 1 to 2 years doesn't seem like it's even possible. It might be possible, but it's not going to be what it was before. It's going to be something very different. You know, I think we need to hear something about other, you know, these creative considerations that could be done to try to keep at least pockets, you know, and it's not having ice cream in the park or whatever. I mean, it's keeping an entire first grade class together in like one of the Thomas Paine classrooms, you know, or if the asbestos abatement can start at the beginning of June and it takes 6 months, then you really only need 3 months of creative solutions. And could that be a few pods utilizing a kindergarten in Urbana early childhood instead, or using the, I don't know what those classrooms were when the King early childhood program closed, but there must be some classrooms there that maybe a kindergarten class can go into. You know, renting space from Brookins or the Parks Department or something. You know, some other creative ideas to trying to keeping that together is, I think, important if you're going to try to actually bring Wiley back together in the following year. And the other part of this is, as far as the urgency goes, you know, the thing that just kind of blew my mind when I saw this PowerPoint on Friday was 2 months ago we were talking about making a single dual language school and sending a large portion of the monolingual families from Leal to Wiley. And now we're talking like you have to wear a hazmat suit to enter the building, you know? So clearly, I think in that context, I mean, you're going off the theoretical prices of asbestos abatement and what is going to be a year from now as the urgency for doing it now, you know? So maybe take the step back, take some time, figure out some other creative solutions and not what you put together in the last 3 weeks in order to keep the Wiley community together and actually try to maintain that in the future.
So I'm not going to respond to all of your comments, but I am going to respond to the comment around moving the community together. So we are moving about half the school to Thomas Paine. So I do think there will be some creative ways, like at the first grade level, second grade level, fourth grade, where we are moving kind of a large number of those students. Yes, we have thought about that they would be able to stay together and a Wiley teacher would be there with them. So we anticipate that we'll need at least 3 or 4 of the Wiley folks to go over there and be teachers, in addition to related service folks. So we'll have special education folks there. We'll have additional Title I supports that will go there, lunchroom supervisors. You don't move 117 kids to an existing elementary and not have the supports travel. So there will be a large contingency of the Wiley family at Thomas Paine. I know that doesn't help the people who are going to be maybe at other places, but there will be some ways that we can keep those, at least half of the students together while they're at Thomas Paine.
Go ahead, Laura.
Yeah, or did you? Okay. Yeah, I think I will add a few comments. I had the privilege of working at Wiley about 5 years ago as a mentor coordinator, and I was only there for a year, but it was very evident. A couple things were very evident. One, as we heard tonight, it is an incredibly supportive community of teachers and staff. And two, yeah, the building needs a lot of love. And it kind of is, I mean, it's gut-wrenching, and we've heard that this can't feel like an exciting time for a community that's waited for a very long time to kind of see this space change. There's a lot of history in that building, and I understand that, but I think, you know, new learning spaces that are exciting and clean and special, that can boost learning too. So I know that this is, yeah, hits the heart hard. I think that I would be, if I will be proceeding down the path of having to make this, once again, incredibly difficult decision and feeling like there's not really a win, I would highly encourage admin to really consider ways in which we are presenting staff with, like, what does an alternative model look like? What happens if we do wait a year? What does that look like? What do we give up? What financials do we give up? What do we, you know, what time frames do we give up? And then present that information in a way that staff can actually respond. And it doesn't have to take months. I just think it needs to be like, in the next couple weeks, we need to have, I would like to have some listening sessions with staff. I think Dr. Heinhorst has obviously created incredible relationships with staff and is a clear leader in that space. So I would love to know what she's thinking about this process. I would love to hear more from staff in a way that maybe feels like those ideas can be part of the next steps. Because I think when you sit with it, you of course want to be like, yes, we want to help this building and fix this building and make it awesome. But this wasn't how I imagined it. So what are my what are other ways it can go down? And like, give me my pro-con list as a person really invested in this space. And then we can look at that and say, you know what, like, it really seems like, although staff are, you know this is tough, we at least know that the majority want it. Or to have some sense that what is happening is you have a little bit more control of the disruption. I think it is no small thing to hear, and I don't remember her name, one of the teachers speak about the 5 essential surveys and people feeling welcome and people feeling supported. That is, you know, mental health 101. Like, if you don't have that, of course you're going to be struggling. So we cannot discredit that, and disrupting that is pretty major. And I think we have to validate that, and we have to be aware of that. You know, I think that, yeah, we have to be smarter about the questions we're asking the people we're disrupting, and give some time for processing. Because I think it's, you know, we owe that to the community, and that would be my request as a board member, that we need to allow for more opportunity for conversation. And I think it doesn't have to be drawn out, but I think we could also consider like an anonymous survey just for staff about what they would be gaining and what they'd be giving up in real spaces and places. Because maybe they all look at that and say, you know what, this will be very hard, but I don't want to wait 3 more years. Or maybe not, but I think we're throwing a lot of stuff right now, and I think you got to be able to give kind of some some alternatives to allow for those choices to feel like you understand all the parameters better. So.
Thanks, Laura. Anyone else?
No, I did have a question similar to Ravi's that was about the renovation. It occurred to me, because I don't know anything about building and construction, and I wondered, okay, do you have to undo what you did once you've remediated the asbestos? But it sounds to me like, no, you don't have to necessarily. But also, do you have to change the space radically depending on exactly what your need is? Like, if, I'm not saying I support any of these, but just of the suggestions we heard, we got a neighborhood school, keeping it the way it is. We could put a whole dual language building in there. We could also make it a STEM school, for example, or a balanced calendar school. Like, of those possible for examples, couldn't the school look identical inside? You know, I mean, so we're not boxing ourselves in necessarily. We wouldn't be. I mean, central office, yeah, that's a completely different kettle of fish that it needs a radical redesign. But, like, in terms of keeping it as a school, there isn't a whole lot of things that we couldn't do. And I'm not saying that I support rushing into anything. I'm just trying to get logistics in my mind. So is that correct that, like, we don't know, we just know that we're going to be redoing it soon, and it'll, even whether it's a neighborhood school or it's a STEM school or whatever, it's still going to be a school. It's still going to have the same layout. It's still going to have the same needs for, you know,
Still gonna need a
specialized art
gym, a
classroom,
multipurpose
gym,
room.
cafeteria,
Yep.
outdoor space.
I think the only difference is if the district decided to make it a K-5 dual language only school, we'd need to make sure it was sized appropriately. So we'd have to add the requisite classrooms for, you know, about 300 and something dual language students. Whereas the other options could probably could remain a two-strand school.
So, I mean, yes, so there's that, and thank you, you pointed that out, and that went into my mind as like, well, a three-strand school. But, I mean, we did that with Yankee Ridge, knowing that we were gonna put dual language there, but even if we didn't end up having the numbers with Yankee Ridge, we were glad to have that space, right? And we're doing that with Thomas Paine, even though Thomas Paine is not a dual language school, right? I mean, it's not, we're not anticipating it. Like, are we still in the mindset that a three-strand school is just a good option for no matter what a building is, or we have to wait to see where that lands because of our enrollment numbers? I'm just playing out scenarios because I don't want to rush into anything. I do want to get input from people, but I also don't want to panic and think, oh my gosh, if we do the asbestos now, that means that we absolutely have to rush full steam ahead into whatever it is that we plan next, and we don't even know what that is. But there's like some leeway, you know what I mean? So like, you know you want to redo your house, you know you want to put an extra bathroom in, you don't know how that bathroom's going to look, but you know you're going to have to put in a sink and a toilet at the bare minimum, so hey, you know, we can still be working on other stuff while we're working on that, is where my mind was going with it.
And we would program for, say, we had a math, and it became a math and STEAM academy or something. You'd program for maker spaces or for some of those more innovative spaces, but that's basically just taking a classroom and maybe retrofitting it to be an engineering room or something like that.
Yeah, that's
So,
a software thing rather than a
yes.
hardware thing.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
I mean, okay, thanks for clearing that up for me.
Yeah.
I guess I'll take this opportunity to chime in. I guess what's kind of motivating me to not to put the brakes on this is it isn't so much the delta in terms of inflationary costs for the abatement itself. You know, it's $1 million. Even if inflation's like 10%, you're talking about an extra $100K. In the scope of the budgets we're talking about for building, that's a lot of money, but it's not a lot of money, right? What's kind of motivating me in terms of the timing of this is it's kind of falls out of all we went through with dual language. Part of the reason I backed off and hit the panic button on that decision back in December was I didn't want to move a monolingual kid from Leal into Wiley and then have them have to move again because of asbestos abatement. So, and then we started looking at the fact that we're busing. I mean, talk about disruption, right? We're taking 80 kids a day outside of the school their neighbors go to just because there's in space over at DPW. In a neighborhood, they just take what they're given and they don't complain about it because they don't think they have the power to complain about it. If this were any other neighborhood, If this were my neighborhood, where we're shipping 80 kids a day out of that neighborhood, we'd have people here yelling at us every week.
It's actually more than, it's like 120 or something like that. That's just 80 at Yankee Ridge. That's not counting the ones
jeez.
that we've put at Thomas
So
Paine and other places.
we have an extremely overdue need to do redistricting in this town. But we can't do the redistricting until we get the abatement done at Wiley and to make a decision on how it is going to be programmed, if it's going to be a neighborhood school or if it's going to be a district-wide program. So it's those 100 and something kids a day who are being bussed around town because we can't do redistricting. That's what's motivating me to consider it, starting this now, not the inflationary cost.
And also, I think people got confused about the redistricting because what we did last year was not redistricting by school boundary, we were redistricting voter boundaries.
Oh,
Right.
yes.
And that's I got confused over it. So I know many people in the district are getting confused over it because our voter boundaries overlap with our school boundaries.
Yes.
And it's so confusing. So I hope that everybody understands that too, that when we talk about redistricting schools, that means we're planning out the school boundary zones, not what we did last year at all.
I would just like some clarification. We heard from I believe it was a parent tonight saying that there was going to be 230 some families affected by this, but then admin and other people are saying 117 exactly.
No, 230 is the total. I think it's a
That's
little
the
more
total
than 230.
students,
Yes, 117 would be at Thomas Paine. So we
Okay,
would,
thank
there are
you.
walkers that could be at Thomas Paine that live within 1.5 miles to Thomas Paine, and we have all those additional classrooms there. So,
Okay.
so that larger number is the total population at Wiley.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Yep.
It's late. I'm like,
That's all right.
How would
And
this,
without the fifth graders, I think it was 207, right? So the fifth graders wouldn't
Oh,
be
yeah,
affected
yeah,
either
yeah.
way.
Thank you, John.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but how does this affect a strategic plan? And how does the strategic plan affect this? And how do they both work together?
So until we redistrict, until we have our equity implementation plan, until we get our program evaluation from dual language, all of those things have to be part of the strategic planning conversation. We can't really come up with a facilities plan for strategic planning if we don't know what the facilities are. And until we can figure out how we're going to remediate some of the issues with space at UMS, I mean, there's just a lot of other decisions that have to be made before we can talk about 4 or 5 year goals strategically, because we have all these other little projects. And we have things, we're talking about big things, guys, that should have been done before now. I know it feels like I'm doing all these, ripping off all these Band-Aids, but the stuff that we're doing is, yeah, unfortunately, it's landing to me to lead this work, but these are things that have sat for years that should have been being addressed, and they just haven't been. The fact that the roof is falling down on us in this building speaks to the fact that we should have been doing more, having some of these difficult conversations all along, and we've tabled a lot of these things and just not addressed them, and it feels like we're addressing a lot of big things because we are. Because we just haven't done the work, and we have to do the work before we can have that real vision for what the strategic plan would be.
I mean, I don't want to sit silently, but gathering my thoughts in this space tonight has been exceptionally difficult. Weeks ago, I was, and really up until I listened to tonight, was under the mindset of, duh, of course we do that. Like, why are we not doing this? We have to do it at some point. And I honestly don't know where I sit really, but there's two pieces that make me uncertain. and I don't quite know how to rectify. And one is exactly what you just said, which is super important. We have these massive puzzle pieces that I don't know how they fit together. I don't know which decision to make first that makes the most sense. It feels, as some of my colleagues have said, it feels uncomfortable to start work on a building when you don't know what the building's going to do. But it's really hard to know what a building's going to do if you don't know where the district is headed in terms of a number of other things we've talked about. And then the other piece that really hits me is I'm not the person who's going to make this decision in a few months. And in fact, we don't even, the majority of us aren't. And then I get worried about, you know, we have three continuing, and obviously I don't know how those 3 people will vote. But then you have 4 new voices to muddy waters, to introduce new ideas, to be exciting, to, you know, all the things. And trying to sort out that timetable of what will we start with our vision? Will that vision be seen through by new people in a couple of months? The last thing I want to do from this seat is leave a partial decision that creates a mess for all of you because other people have different ideas of what the right thing to do is. I realize this, you know, it's all just kind of thoughts. I have no answer at all. I don't know. If I was tasked to vote right now, I would have no idea how to do it. But up until hours, I guess, ago, I walked in continuing to think what I have, which is we got to abate this building and make it ready to go so we can do something exciting with it. And it is super hard to hear anytime you're threatening a community and you're supposed to be the voice of the community. And so then that makes me think I clearly don't have my finger on the pulse well enough to represent the people who I need to represent, which tells me tap the brakes. Anyhow, that's all I got at 10:30, but there are some pieces that are just really uncomfortable, and I would love to be able to set the big pieces together and say, here are the ways we're going to solve, you know, what do we do with this building? Where's the strategic plan for where it's going? And then how do we get there?
So I appreciate everything you said, Brian. I'm going to push back a little bit, though. The reason we're talking about this with you guys now is I strongly believe this board should be the board to make this decision. You guys have been in this space. I know maybe you haven't been here as long as everyone else because you kind of came into midway. But you have lived through all the trauma and drama about dual language, and you've been part of these conversations. To pass this off to a new board with 3 new people coming in who don't have any of that history and knowledge, I kind of feel is a little unfair to ask them to do that. And it just, it prolongs the decision for Wiley. I mean, we'll be sitting here rehashing it with 4 new people, all 7 of us talking in another year about the same thing. So I feel like there was that sense of urgency for us to come before this group because we feel like you have your finger on the pulse more so than 4 new people will coming in. So, I mean, that's just kind of my perspective about time-wise. I do think it should be something that a decision around just this part, not all the other stuff, like all the other things, I think that is going to be a new board talking about some of those other ideas. But if we're strictly talking about asbestos abatement and moving forward with what we do right now for next year, I feel like that should be coming from this group. That's just my opinion. So.
The other thing I would like to would add is if this board does decide to move forward with the abatement, well, we're not making a decision about the future of Wiley. We're basically making a decision on the timetable, both for the decision on Wiley as well as a follow-on decision on redistricting. We're basically saying we're going to commit to making those decisions over the next year, as opposed to making those decisions basically 18 months to 2 years from now.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you, and I can sympathize, of course. And if we had a little more, like, I could argue the counterpoint to that, which is, if we make this decision, we essentially put in motion something that then a new board. I mean, the decision must be made. What's going to happen? It's just that we've tied the hands of when that decision needs to be made. And it, you know, if it's 6 months from now, is that enough time for them, you know, to be seated and know all of that? As opposed to, you know, maybe the right answer is we have to make both decisions, but we don't have enough time to do that, right? And so there, I think either point can be made, but we're either going to task the whole group with doing both of the things, or we are going to tell them, this is what you, like, we've started, you finish. But they don't know what they're, you know, they don't know what they're finishing either. So again, it's just, I don't know what the answer is.
I say along those lines, if you're going to say you start the ball rolling, the next decision needs to be made by like May if you're going to piggyback in on this thing where you do, if it starts in June, you know, and 3 months in, you can start doing renovations on the part that's already done. You know, that doesn't mean you decide in August what you're doing, because then you have to create the plans and do all that jazz, you know, with the architecture people. So you really have to decide by like maybe May, I think, at the latest, if you're going to do it all at once.
Well, I think that we've
And
waited.
we'll still be here in May, all of us.
We've waited a long time for Wiley. We have told that community for many, many years, you're going to be next, you're going to be next. I've been on this board for almost 15, 16 years, I think, and nothing has happened. And yeah, I mean, it's really tough trying to make this decision. But I kind of feel like Jennifer, in a way. I feel like we've been here, and we need to build the base of it.
I don't know, Tori, where you at?
Yeah, so, you know, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, move your mic, yeah.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Maybe I'm not talking loud enough. So, you know, one of the things that we aren't planning to do is we're not planning to tear this building down. And the reality is the issue that we have at hand has to be fixed. Regardless of what we do with the space, it has to be fixed. And the longer we continue to push this out, the longer it's going to be for us to, whatever we're doing with this space, whether we're bringing Wiley back as is, looking at a STEM program, whatever, this work still has to be done, and it has to be done first. And I feel like Wiley deserves to have a new building. Like you said, I mean, I haven't been here as long as you, but I know that they've been waiting for a long time, and this is the first step at getting to that space. Now, what I did hear is a lot of worry and a lot of concern from the community that I think is valid concerns. It is, you know, the rumor that, you know, you are starting this process, but then you're going to kick us out. So I think what we have to do is we have to, number one, say change is hard, because it is. But we also have to validate those feelings and talk about those feelings and have those conversations and do some sort of reassurance to this community that that's not really what the plan is at this point. Now, obviously, there's a new board coming in, and so we can't make any guarantees. But we certainly can say, as this particular board, that we would like to see Wiley as a better space, and this is the first step at that being a better space. And the final decision, unfortunately, will have to be made by the next board as to what that space is going to be.
But we've got to have some forward movement because the space is going to continue to get less and less safe. And then what? Then we've got sick kids, we've got sick staff members. We have no choice but to abruptly move students at that point, as opposed to the planned method that we've started to look at here today. So I do think there needs to be forward movement. I do think that decision needs to be made by this board, but I also think that we should have more conversations. And I know you said you went. Obviously, we're just seeing this too. So I think sometimes the public assumes the board is making this decision and the board is wanting to abrupt. This is a presentation to us just like it's a presentation to you.
It's our first conversation.
This is our first conversation. So, that, you know, people assumed, oh, you've been behind closed doors the last year and you just want to close Wiley and you've been talking about this. That is absolutely not true. I'm so sorry. That's not true. We have not been having these conversations. We have not talked about we're going to close Wiley. This presentation is to us just like it's to you. And so we're looking at it. We may have more history than some people. You know, we certainly know our thoughts as we look at this, and we're sharing some of those today. But I think those are the conversations that we have to have and the reassurances that we have to have, is that your perception is your perception, but it's not a reality because it's your perception. So I think just those additional, you know, having, like Laura said, you know, maybe a listening session, but I don't think, like she said, that this can be dragged out. I think that we've got to continue to move forward. This building needs the abatement done, and we can't keep saying, we're going to do that later. We're going to do that later. Let's table it because change is hard. We've got to go with the change, and we've got to trust the process, and we've got to talk it out and have trust in each other that, you know, we'll do what we said that we would do and we'll move forward. So, you know, that may be comical to some people. It may be hard for some people. It may make people angry. You know, I think you're going to have that either way you go. When you drag your feet, you're also going to have some people that are pissed off because they're going to say, you keep doing all of these other schools, you keep making these promises, you keep saying you're going to do this, and you never do it for us. So either way, we're going to piss people off. But I personally think we need forward movement. We can have the conversations as well, the reassurances. No absolute promises because it's a new board coming in, and we'll see where we go from there.
I do want to say Dr. Heinhorst did invite me this Thursday for a parent meeting, but we have negotiations on Thursday, so I'm going to work with her to find another time very soon, hopefully next week, if that's enough notice for parents to come to have a conversation about it. So
I think those are important, and you know, we certainly, I think I heard you've had some conversations with the staff, but obviously
more,
you know, there were a lot of people here that it didn't feel like either the conversation happened or that they understood or that they got their questions out or their concerns were heard. And so, you know, I would just ask that the conversation happen more at that level too, and not just
yes.
the parents.
And good point, Tori, and I didn't say this, and I probably should have. So I went over and met not on a regular staff meeting day with the Wiley folks. So it was not a Monday meeting time. I wasn't able to go this Monday meeting, so we'll plan another Monday. So there were some staff that weren't there.
Okay.
So not everybody, it wasn't a scheduled, pre-planned meeting where people had, you know, there were people who had to work and people who had to go pick up kids. And so not every single person was there. I would say the majority were, maybe not. I think the majority of people were there, but not every single person. So a couple people who were here tonight I know were not at that meeting, that stand-up meeting that I had with staff. But yes, I'll go back to a Monday meeting, and you know, Randy went over there with me. We'll go back together again. So yeah.
Quick question. Is there any, our ESSER funds run out next year, right? They have to be spent by next year, or they have to be earmarked by next year?
Spent September 2024.
Okay. I was just curious if there's any way we could figure out a creative way to use some
I
more
think they're
money
already
instead.
earmarked.
All allocated.
What's
yeah.
that,
They're
Paul?
already all
It's all
earmarked. I think the
All
last,
of
the
it?
last bit of it we reserved for the band expansion.
I figured that. I figured you didn't want to wait this long, but
Yep.
just thought I'd ask.
Sorry, thinking in the moment, and so two things that after listening to more people. One is I don't want to lose sight of the fact that forward movement looks lots of different ways, right? So abatement is one forward movement. A full strategic plan is movement forward. And getting community buy-in so they know what's going to happen is also forward movement. So as we think forward, there's lots of different ways. That's part one. Part two, and there are still people in the room, there are people who are still listening. We are not promising them a building if we don't tell them it's their building at the end. So we also can't lose track. Starting the project, abating the asbestos does not promise Wiley a it promises that that building is renovated. It does not promise a neighborhood school. So I want us to really hear that's what they're saying to us. It's
Sure.
not, they're not saying, please clean up our building and then
Right.
do something else with it, right?
Right.
Well, of course.
So we have to be very careful with
Yes.
how we talk about starting a project
Yes.
if they don't know what the outcome is.
Absolutely.
So,
And this board doesn't know the outcome, and
Okay.
that's why I was saying we can't make that promise because we don't know what the new board's gonna do.
which to me
But
is,
I agree with
yeah.
what you're saying about forward movement as well.
Yep, making sure we know that what we're saying to them is
Yep.
clear, and that the decision that we make is not one, if we make a decision to move forward, is not one that's promising them a new building. It is promising the district a space to do something with.
Yep.
And I think that's really important that we hear. That,
No, that's
And I
being-
think we've been saying that. I mean, I've been trying to be very upfront and honest about that.
yeah, this is
Yes.
about, we're all
Yes.
talking on the fly right
Absolutely.
now, because
Absolutely.
Tori's point is really important, and the public does lose track of the fact that we're seeing this right now.
Yep.
Right.
And we're not walking in here ready with speeches. This is all coming
Yep.
because we are just learning about a lot of this.
Which you bring up a good point, Brian. One of the reasons why we didn't want to cause panic and stress and trauma in the Wiley community, because this is our first conversation. No decisions have been made. I mean, Dr. Heinhorst was very clear with staff, like, we didn't want teachers, or she did not want teachers, talking with students about this, because it's not a done deal, and it is not, it is, this again is the first discussion. So, so I know a couple of the people who were here tonight and mentioned that they weren't informed. We were intentionally not trying to cause panic and stress and trauma in a whole group of people after not even had a conversation. I mean, this is our first time bringing forward any of this information to you guys, and I think we did it in a thoughtful way, and to give you as much information as we could give you, so you could give us next steps, so we could, as piggybacking on Tori's word, move forward. So,
I think-
and not waste time bringing you back things like, oh, bring us this, bring us this, bring us this. We tried to anticipate what some of your questions would be, so we could give you as much information in this first conversation as we possibly could. So then now, when I go and meet with parents, I can say, this is what we've talked about, and these were the board's questions, and, you know, this is what staff are asking, and so.
I think one of the things that this board as a whole has always said is, when you go to choose the committee, really reach out to people and try to get a wide variety. I mean, yes, we want our stakeholders, but we also want parents, teachers, everybody. You know, we understand our teachers are parents too. But when you do the survey for the strategic plan and some of this other stuff, where some of the board members will not be on here, just as a reminder to, hopefully people will want to join that committee and be willing to do the work, because it is a lot of work and a lot of meetings, but it's very worthwhile, so.
Yeah, and one advantage, I guess, to all of these uncontested races is we know who will be sitting here in May, and we don't have to wait until May to involve them in the process if this board does decide to kick it off.
Oh, that's true. That's a good point. So I am going to keep doing what I've been doing, engaging and talking with Wiley staff, hopefully talking soon with some Wiley parents. This will probably be back in front of you again for more discussion on the 21st. If you have additional questions, things that you're thinking about or hear about, please send them to me.
And you know, people watching, you know, we'll be here on the 21st again. So if you have more public comment, more things to bring to us, please do that. This is an open forum, and we want to hear from all the stakeholders.
Okay. John, you want to get it ready? Call for future exec.
I forgot my job. I'm sorry. There is no call for future executive special meetings, although I think we're trying to schedule one for
Yes.
student discipline.
Yes.
Superintendent's report.
Okay. All right, so this is National School Counseling Week. This year's theme is School Counselors Helping Students Dream Big. So we are grateful for all of our counselors. There's a picture that I took of our counselors at high school last week at curriculum night, but we also have counselors at UMS who do great work. So thanks to all of our school counselors. We have shared here already the national board, or maybe we haven't shared it here, the two new National Board Certified Teachers, Amanda Lappin at King and Katie Plotner at Leo, our newly fully certified National Board Certified Teachers. And then we had Nichelle Johnson, Kevin Kennedy, Amanda Perez Rosser, and Nick Stillwell, who renewed their National Board. So this is a lot of work, and we make sure that we celebrate and recognize these people for all of the many meetings and all of the additional work that they have to do to either be recertified or go through the full process. So congratulations to all of those new NBCTs. Scholastic Art Awards. I mentioned our fantastic fine arts program. Our art program is one of the best in the state. And we have several students who have earned gold and silver keys, and here they are listed. Avalon, Nat, Adam, oh, I missed Sion. Akian, thank you. Mason, Ellie, Damien, and Ellie has two, gold key and a silver key. So here's some examples of some of their artwork. Mixed media, photography. So congratulations to all of those. They will, my son did this last year, they get to go to this really cool, at the Springfield Art Association. There's activities for the kids. They get to hang out with young people from literally all over the state and learn. They go to kind of like a day of PD. They get to learn some really cool projects. They learn new art techniques, so it is a great opportunity for them. ILMEA, several of our UHS students will be representing us at the ILMEA State Conference. Genevieve, Jack, Jaden, Theo, Eliana, Ian, V. Bechtel, Ioli, I don't know her, and Aaron. So congratulations to all of them for advancing to all state for all different areas, orchestra, band, choir. Best in Show, Nathaniel Minatow was named Champaign County Camera Club's Best in Show print competition winner. He is actually a 3-time winner in this area. He's an 8th grader at UMS. And his display Track Star is currently on display at Lincoln Square, and here are a few of the pictures. There was an article in News Gazette Sunday, and then here's some of the follow-up shots. So congratulations to Nathaniel. Winter Guard, our Winter Guard is just like, they've done all the things this season. So they are going to be at State this weekend in Springfield, and they're taking 6 routines, individual routines, group routines. Senior Emma Moody is our most recent person who qualified to go for her flag solo, so congratulations to Emma. But we have also shared throughout the last several weeks all of our other Winter Guard stars who are representing us, and that is this Saturday. So we're really anxious to see how they perform. I'm sure we're going to have some winners there. The Urbana and Monticello band departments are collaborating on a project, the President's Own Marine Band in Monticello tomorrow. It's open and free to the public. So this picture shows some of our UHS and UMS band students working with Master Gunnery Sergeant John Mula to prepare for the concert. So congratulations to our band department for putting on a collaboration concert that is free and open to the public. We have been sharing out NAPIT events. That is actually next week, February 13th. This is a traditional event for us. We've been doing this for many, many years. I can't remember how many off the top of my head, but we've been circulating around to all the buildings, the NAPIT events, and how you can participate. Remember, even though it is National African American Parent Involvement Day, these activities are open to any and all parents who want to spend some time in the schools on Monday, February 13th. The Mayoral Recognition Program is our second program is coming up. So students who are wishing to be part of this, we've linked the application. Students need to be keeping track of their hours of service. This is a picture of the group from last year. We had a really great group, considering it was the first kind of inaugural mayoral recognition group, but they are working hard and earning those bronze, silver, and gold status levels. 5 Essentials, you heard about 5 Essentials here tonight. So the 5 Essentials survey is open. That is something we do every year. I don't need to really share that, but we want to stick it in here. So for people who are watching tonight and people who get this update tomorrow, they have the link easily accessible and they can go right in and get that survey done by March 31st. Local Hero Award. So, yay, Kanitha. This is a great article in the paper. I learned some new things about Kanitha that I did not know. And she's there with her daughter Myra, who graduated last year and is at the U of I. So Kanitha will be representing Urbana Local Hero Award at the C Schools Foundation Gala event in April. We'll have to bring Kanitha here and recognize her at one of our board meetings because she does so much for our district, things you guys probably don't even know behind the scenes. So, yeah. So congratulations to Kanitha, very well deserved. We've talked about the Parkland Dental College before, so I'll skip ahead. Teach for Urbana. Here's the February businesses who support our staff members, and by supporting our staff, you're supporting our students. Upcoming dates, and that is it. Thank you.
Board reports. I'm going to jump in real quick and acknowledge Anna Seaman for running our cameras yet again. I hope you're paid by the hour. Board reports.
Just a quick comment. I just want to acknowledge the public comment that we got from Ms. Duvall and Ms. Palermo about their special ed concerns, that they were heard, and if there's a way we can think about a study topic that's related to that issue and really giving it the time of day. Christy Lee talked about it probably 6 months ago, and we haven't sort of done much with that. So I think it's really important we acknowledge that we hear them and talk about it.
Any other board reports? I'll jump in real quick. The local hero announcement reminded me that April 12th is the CU Schools Foundation Gala Dinner. And typically the district will reserve 1 or 2 tables and offer board members to basically buy a seat at those tables. All the money goes to CU Schools Foundation, which funds grant programs that come back to the district. It's a great organization. And so hopefully Lori typically organizes that for us, but
So they've changed it. They don't have the sit-down gala
Oh, they
anymore.
don't?
It is they changed it with COVID, and they're not going back to that. So it's more like a happy hour, reception, finger foods. Yes, yes. So it is not a sit, you don't have to
Okay.
get all dressed up and go to the fancy gala night.
okay, great. That's good.
It is in the afternoon. It's like 5:30 to 7:30.
It's
We'll
it's
send it
it's,
to
it's
you.
worthwhile going to. Not only do
Definitely.
they acknowledge the local hero, but they also acknowledge
The distinguished
alumni
alumni.
from each high school, and yeah. So anyway,
We'll put it, I'll send it to you guys. Yeah.
all right. Any other board reports? If not, I would entertain a motion to adjourn. All in favor, say aye. We're adjourned. Thanks, everybody.